The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., November 29, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Jefferson Van Drew to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House on January 9, 2023, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and the minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties. And each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, who limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to remember history. Over 80 years ago, the greatest generation fought the Second World War to keep tyrants from taking over the free world. They fought for freedom and democracy. Today, we must honor their sacrifice by continuing to fight for the same principles. Today's fight in Ukraine is for those principles, for the right of Ukraine and any other democratic nation and their people to exist. By aiding Ukraine, we are ensuring their continued existence. Without that aid, Putin could have and probably would have wiped Ukraine off the face of the earth, leaving it in a battle of insurgency. Our aid has always been critical to the survival of nations far away. During the Second World War, President Franklin D. Roosevelt coined the phrase arsenal of democracy to describe the U.S. role in providing weapons to democracies fighting to defend themselves. Roosevelt argued that this assistance would enable our allies, quote, to fight for their liberty and for our security. That is still true today. Our continued aid is about preserving the liberty of vulnerable nations, but it's also about our national security. In FDR's fourth inaugural, he said, "We have learned that we cannot live alone at peace, that our well-being is dependent on the well-being of other nations far away." Those who argue that this is not our fight fail to remember this critical idea. They fail to remember that Ukraine's fight is for the same reasons we formed NATO and the United Nations. Ukraine's fight is ours. For if Putin is not defeated, he would not stop at Ukraine. His greater aim is to reconstitute the former Soviet Union, imperiling freedom and democracy in the region and enveloping them in tyranny. Putin's intention was to form a federation with Belarus and Ukraine, where he would install a puppet government and then overtake Moldova, the Baltics, and beyond. It would mean even more of the same devastation we have seen for well over a year. When I traveled to Ukraine in July of 22, I saw the flattened maternity hospital and mass graves that Putin's forces left in their wake. If not for our assistance, Putin's reign of terror would be happening on a much larger scale. Following the Second World War, we vowed never again. Now our word is being tested. We must make good on that promise. Our commitment is to that promise, and our resolve is on display for the rest of the world. We must show leaders in Tehran and Beijing and elsewhere that we will not cower in the face of tyranny. That is why we must fund Ukraine's defense. Now, some would continue to present a false choice that we must fund Ukraine or Israel, but not both. They are wrong. We do not have to choose. In the words of NATO General Secretary Stoltenberg, we have the capability and the strength to address different challenges at the same time. We don't have the luxury of choosing only one threat and one challenge. And the conflict in Israel and the conflict in Ukraine are tied together by Vladimir Putin. Just as Iran is supporting Hamas' attack on Israel, Iran is also assisting Putin in his assault on Ukraine. We can help Israel defend itself from terrorism while also helping Ukraine defend itself from an evil autocrat. President John F. Kennedy said, "We shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, to assure the survival and the success of liberty. Right now, that price is the request that President Biden has made, enough to aid Ukraine for the next year of fighting. It is a small price to pay for our national security and global security. Failing to do so will show Putin and the rest of the world our current level of dysfunction and our inability to govern. Our inability to govern is a national security threat and an international security threat. We are at a critical point in our history, not dissimilar to the years leading up to the Second World War. We and our allies built a liberal world order after that war. Now we must protect it. As Churchill said, now is not the end, it is not even the beginning of the end, but it is perhaps the end of the beginning. The choices we make now will influence the fate of the free world for generations to come. Let's make the right ones. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as Homeland Security Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas has carried out the Biden administration's open borders policy and deliberately produced the worst illegal mass migration in history. Since he took office, he's released 3 million illegal immigrants directly into the country, a population the size of the entire state of Arkansas. And while the Border Patrol has been occupied changing diapers and taking names, an additional 1.7 million known gotaways have entered as well. That's an additional illegal population the size of the state of Hawaii. The impact on our schools, hospitals, homeless shelters, working families' wages, social programs, law enforcement, national security has been catastrophic. The national security implications of 1.7 million illegal individuals about whom we know absolutely nothing are terrifying in light of the October 7th attack on Israel. Now, in response, many are demanding Mayorkas' impeachment for, quote, failing to maintain operational control of the border, as Congresswoman Green's resolution puts it. Well, he's certainly guilty of that and a whole lot more. Maladministration, malfeasance, and neglect of duties on a truly cosmic scale. But these are not impeachable offenses. We know this because the American founders specifically rejected these terms at the Constitutional Convention. As Madison explained, they feared that such imprecise grounds could be twisted into a weapon for political grievances and turned against the executive branch whenever Congress saw fit. This would make the president a mere minister of Congress and make his subordinates answerable to the legislative branch instead of the executive powers that are vested solely in the president. This would utterly destroy the separation of powers at the heart of our Constitution. They chose instead very specific and limited charges of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. True, many politicians through the centuries have tried to pervert the term high crimes and misdemeanors into a similarly vague definition. But the founders would not have substituted one vague term for another, and thus we are left with the plain meaning of the phrase, clearly defined crimes related to the duties of the office. If Ms. Green is successful in redefining impeachment, then the next time Democrats have the majority, we can expect this new definition to be turned against the conservatives on the Supreme Court and any future Republican administration. And there will be nobody to stop them because Republicans will have now signed off on this new and unconstitutional abuse of power. We must never allow the left to become our teachers. Theirs is a world of strictly situational ethics, antithetical to our Constitution and to the rule of law. I vigorously opposed the sham impeachments of Donald Trump for exactly the same reason. Now, what is the practical effect of impeaching Mayorkas other than assuring that Republicans will have no defense when a future Democrat majority turns this new definition against them? Even in the delusional fantasy where 2/3 of the Senate were to remove him, The same policies will remain in place as long as the Biden-Harris administration holds office. This crisis was set in motion by voters who elected them and can only be fixed by voters replacing them with a president determined to secure our border, as Donald Trump did. Elections have consequences, sometimes terrible consequences, and this is one of them. The only cabinet secretary ever impeached was Ulysses Grant's Secretary of War for running a family bribery scheme. Now, the House Oversight Committee is painstakingly assembling evidence that suggests the Bidens may have been doing exactly this for decades. Such a serious inquiry can only have legitimacy and credibility if the rule of law is respected and the constitutional guardrails are observed. By failing to abide by due process and constitutional constraints, Ms. Green is tainting this serious impeachment inquiry with a shoot-from-the-hip stunt that is reckless, partisan, and manifestly unserious. In Robert Bolt's A Man for All Seasons, William Roper vows to cut down every law in England to get at the devil. And Sir Thomas More replies, "Oh, and when the last law was down and the devil turned around on you, where would you hide, Roper, the laws all being flat? This country is planted thick with laws from coast to coast, man's laws, not God's. And if you cut them down and you're just the man to do it, do you really think you could stand upright in the winds that would blow then? Yes, I'd give the devil the benefit of the law for my own safety's sake."
The gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to remind my colleagues that we are in the midst of a maternal and infant health crisis. The United States remains one of the most dangerous places to give birth among high-income countries, and we are trending in the wrong direction. According to the recently released 2023 March of Dimes report card on the state of maternal and infant health for American families, the United States maintained a D+ for preterm birth grade for the second year in a row. We only saw a modest 0.1% improvement in the preterm birth rate over the previous year, and the data shows that persistent and compounding gaps in health equity put moms and babies at risk. Virginia's not far behind with a C grade. The preterm birth rate for 2022 was 9.7%, just 0.2% lower than the year before. We must take decisive, comprehensive action to address these dual crises and improve public health outcomes for mothers and babies across the nation. That's why earlier this month, I introduced a bipartisan resolution with my colleagues to designate November as Prematurity Awareness Month. Our resolution aims to raise awareness about the risks and challenges associated with preterm babies and encourage communities to promote preterm prevention programs. As is too often the case, minority populations, particularly Black women, experience disproportionately higher rates of preterm birth and other associated health challenges. And the preterm birth rate among babies born to Black women is still 1.5 times higher than the national average. I am a Black mother to 2 young children, and I know this reality all too well. I was the first member of the Virginia House of Delegates to be pregnant and give birth while in office, and I almost died giving birth to my second child, Samantha. 9 weeks prior to her due date, my placenta ruptured, and I was rushed to the emergency room for an emergency cesarean section. The last thing I remember is hearing my doctor say, "I'm here and I will take care of this." Samantha was born 9 weeks early and spent the first 6 weeks of her life in the NICU at Henrico Doctors Hospital. I will never forget the fear and the anxiety that I felt. This experience inspired me to take matters into my own hands as a state legislator to do everything in my power to improve health care resources for Virginians and tackle the maternal and infant health crisis. Now, I am one of the few, less than 7% of mothers to young children in Congress. I'm one of the even fewer 3% of members of Congress who is a Black mother. I am proud to continue my efforts here in Congress on a bipartisan basis. We can improve health outcomes and close standing health disparities by promoting awareness of this nationwide epidemic and encouraging parents and communities to take an active role in supporting preterm birth intervention programs. I urge my colleagues to support this important resolution, and I'm grateful for the bipartisan group of legislators who are supporting this effort. Together, we can make real progress on these issues, but only if we keep it a priority. We must because our children's lives depend on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to discuss the importance of reauthorizing a 5-year farm bill. America's farmers, ranchers, and agriculture producers deserve it. America's food and national security depend on it, and Congress must deliver it. It has been said that the Farm Bill is like a Swiss Army knife. It does a little bit of everything. This 5-year bill tackles the whole scope of American food and ag policy, addressing things like how we conserve our resources to how we support research from our land-grant universities to how we keep people fed. Since it's a 5-year bill, the Farm Bill is long enough to provide certainty to ag producers and is short enough for Congress to respond to market changes and strengthen the farm safety net accordingly. The farmers, ranchers, and ag producers that provide us all with food, fuel, and fiber deserve a 5-year bill. The last Farm Bill was signed into law on December 20th, 2018. That legislation was put in place to respond to the needs of producers at that time. Since 2018, a lot has changed. We had a global pandemic that devastated the supply chain. War broke out between Russia and Ukraine, one of the top wheat-producing countries in the world, and the Biden administration's failed trade agenda and delayed appointment of trade officials resulted in unprecedented market fluctuation. The list goes on, and we haven't even mentioned inflation or drought conditions yet. Since 2018, when the last Farm Bill was signed, input costs on the farm have skyrocketed. At one point in 2022, when inflation was at its worst, fertilizer prices were up 220%, and diesel fuel prices were up 115%. For the producers whose operations even survived through that time, they're still shouldering the burden of an 80% increase in fertilizer costs compared to 2018, and diesel that costs $4.50 per gallon today compared to $3 per gallon in 2018. So if you're people talking about how input costs and inflation are coming down, it's an illusion if you compare it to 2018 when Congress signed the last Farm Bill. Our national and global security depend on a new Farm Bill. 90 years ago, Congress recognized the importance of protecting and strengthening America's food security, on which our national security depends. That's why the Farm Bill exists. We cannot afford to have ag producers going out of business because of one bad crop year. Crop insurance helps us avoid that, and this year's wheat harvest in Kansas is a perfect example of why the program is so important. In 2023, drought and market conditions caused producers to abandon the highest number of acres of wheat since World War I. Right now, crop insurance is helping thousands of producers keep their operations afloat until next year when they roll the dice again with Mother Nature and put their livelihoods on the line, all so that we can have stocked grocery shelves. Crop insurance is one of the most successful public-private partnerships we have. I've said all along that my top priority for the Farm Bill is to strengthen and maintain it. If we make any changes to crop insurance, we need to use a scalpel and not a sledgehammer. It's the most cost-effective way to deliver a safe, steady, robust food supply. Trade and trade promotion also help America remain competitive and secure, and our trade programs are authorized through the Farm Bill. Back in February, I introduced the Ag Export Promotion Act, which would allocate additional resources to the Market Access Program and the Foreign Market Development Cooperator Program for 5 years. Trade programs, which have long-standing records of success in America, represent the partnership between the public and private sectors of our country. These programs are essential because they spearhead innovative market access, new market development, and promote agriculture sales overseas. Between 1977 and 2019, USDA export promotion programs added 13.7% of additional export revenue, or nearly $648 billion, to the value of U.S. ag exports. These programs also created almost 250,000 American jobs between 2012 and 2019 alone. The return on investment from private sector contributions, which accounted for roughly 75% of export promotion between 2013 and 2019, is unparalleled. They must be addressed in a 5-year Farm Bill. American agriculture producers already face endless hurdles as they work tirelessly to feed, fuel, and clothe the world, and a 5-year farm bill is our chance to support them with the tools they need to protect the future of America's food and agriculture. As we work towards this, Congress must be brave enough to have difficult conversations and make smart compromises. If we aren't willing to do that, American ag producers will suffer the consequences. If you think about a safety net, the higher the risk, the higher the fall, and the stronger the safety net that you need to survive. Producers' risk levels are at an all-time high because of inflation and input costs, which have shrunk their margins dramatically. The livelihoods of American producers and consumers are on the line right now, and that means our food security and national security are on the line too. America's farmers, ranchers, and agricultural producers need certainty like never before, and Congress must deliver for them with a 5-year farm bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to sports, many athletes will tell you they play better when they play at home. It's referred to as the home field advantage. And having that home advantage is just as important to kids as it is to athletes. You see, Mr. Speaker, kids do better and are more likely to succeed and thrive with family at home. Every child deserves a safe and loving home where they are supported and encouraged. Sadly, not all do. But that's where the Children's Home Society of Florida comes in. Today, I rise to honor the Children's Home Society of Florida, a champion in child care that for 120 years has served as a place of refuge, providing abandoned and homeless children with safe homes and loving care. Since 1902, this society has exemplified what it means to truly look after a community, starting with a team. How about this, Mr. Speaker? Starting with just a team of 2 and caring for 24 children, the Children's Home Society of Florida now boasts over 1,000 team members, empowering more than 80,000 children and family members. Their services include mental health care, trauma-informed care, early childhood services, job training, and so much more. These wonderful people work spans every aspect of development of tomorrow's leaders, ensuring that Florida will still be the best state in the U.S. for decades to come. These accomplishments and more are why I am proud, by the power invested in me, to announce that November 17th, 2023 is now recognized as Children's Home Society of Florida Day. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to ask you and my colleagues to join me in celebrating this significant milestone, and I wish the Children's Home Society of Florida to continue to score touchdowns and home runs for kids in the years ahead, because every child is worth fighting for. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Mayor Ron Sapp for his decades of dedication and service to Fernandina Beach. Mayor Sapp's 24 years of civic service as mayor, vice mayor, and commissioner has spanned 4 decades and displayed an unwavering commitment to bettering our hometown of Fernandina Beach, Florida. I was proud to serve alongside him in the commission, as did my father. Fernandina is proud of Ron Sapp, not only because his dedication to his community, but also for his military service as an Air Force veteran. But no true biography of Ron would be complete without a chapter on Mr. Sapp, the teacher. Mr. Sapp didn't just teach students what to think, he taught them how to think, and that is something special. Generations of pirates developed an interest in and love for public service, and for that inspiration, we are grateful. Mayor Sapp sought to preserve the spirit of Fernandina Beach as a small island town and is a better place because of his accomplishments. Ron has done all these things with his wife Casey by his side and the support of his daughters Sherry and Lori and the love of his grandchildren. On November 14th, one of Mayor Sapp's greatest achievements is being named after him, the Ron Sapp Egan's Creek Greenway. Mayor Sapp's introduction of the open space bond issue secured the funding for this greenway, which will leave this land untouched by development to be enjoyed for all for generations to come. I ask my colleagues to join me in recognizing Mayor Ron Sapp for his significant role in shaping Fernandina Beach into the beautiful town it is today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the outstanding work of the Norman Heggie family in Rock Hill, South Carolina, and their 72 years of outstanding service to generations of Rock Hill residents. April 15, 2023 marks 72 years since Norman Heggie Jewelers opened its doors in Rock Hill. Norman Heggie Jewelers is the definition of a successful family-run business built on a commitment to quality, service, and a dedication to their community. The watch repair business started with Norman Heggie. As it grew, his wife Kathleen became active in taking a more active role. Soon after, their children, Steve, Mike, and Linda, were old enough to work at the store. Linda and Mike now co-own the very store that their father started in and successfully run it with values that were held so closely by their parents to offer quality products, treat customers with respect, and earn trust by being open and honest. Now, Norman Heggie Jewelers has employed 4 generations of the Heggie family. I would also like to recognize the impact of the Heggie family well beyond the customers that walk through their doors. The Heggies have supported Rock Hill and York County throughout their 72 years in business. Norman Heggie Jewelers donates homecoming crowns for local high schools, donates to a wide variety of causes in the Rock Hill area, and has built meaningful relationships with the entire community. Businesses like Norman Heggie exemplify what makes the United States the greatest nation in the world. The Heggie family continues to be devoted to their business and are looking forward to passing it down the family line. On behalf of the 5th District of South Carolina, it is my most sincere pleasure to recognize Norman Heggie Jewelers and the Heggie family for this great service to our state. Please join me in recognizing this great family on its outstanding service in the jewelry industry and the legacy that they have built. And they exemplify the words of the late, great Winston Churchill when he said, "There'll be a time when doing your best isn't good enough. You got to do what's required." The Norman Heggie family has done what's required to earn the respect and admiration of people throughout the state of South Carolina. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for 5 minutes.
Burchett, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor my dear friend, Detective Mike Wagner, for his service with the Knoxville Police Department. See Mike in this picture with that incredible mustache. Detective Wagner joined the department on November 11th, 1974, and I would note that I was in the 4th grade at that time. He's celebrating 49 years of service to the KPD. Wagner embodies all the characteristics of Knoxville Police Department. He likes to instill in future generations of officers. As such, every year an officer of the department is awarded the Mike Wagner Leadership Award. This award is given to the officer that exhibits strong passion, dedication, and thoroughness while inspiring those around them to do the same. This award was named for Detective Wagner as he spent his career in service to the people of Knoxville and as a respected leader among his fellow officers. Congratulations, Detective Wagner, on your 49 years of service. You're a great friend, you're a great father, and a great husband. We thank you for all you've done for our city. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Jack Jaluli, an American hero who served his country during World War II. At 103 years old, he is believed to be the oldest living Navy football player and Navy aviator. He played in 3 Army-Navy football games and never lost to Army. Jack played in the last game held at West Point in 1943. Jack had a long list of highlights, but most would say his best was his tackle of Glenn Davis, a Heisman Trophy winning Army halfback. After graduation, he was assigned to the USS Columbia and fought in the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the longest naval battle in World War II. He survived 3 kamikaze attacks on his cruiser. Jack wanted to get off the water and into the air, so he applied and was selected to become a naval aviator. During the Cuban Missile Crisis in the early 60s, he was the commanding officer of an anti-submarine fighter. Jack Jaluli was also part of the Navy's first electronic countermeasure squadron during the Korean War, and he was the base commander at Orlando Air Base, which later was converted into the Orlando Naval Training Center. Our country's heroes are the men and women of our armed forces, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to recognize Captain Jack Jaluli as the Tennessee 2nd District's November 2023 Veteran of the Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor the life of Colonel Ed Morrissey, who passed away on November 7th at the age of 94. In 1952, Colonel Morrissey was commissioned as second lieutenant in the reserves of the U.S. Air Force and placed on active duty as a weapons controller. In 68, the colonel became the first commander of the I.G. Brown Training and Education Center at McGee-Tyson Air National Guard. He went on to build the Air National Guard's premier professional military education institute, leading it for 15 years. He's the only field officer in the National Guard to have earned the Order of the Sword, the enlisted force's highest honor to be bestowed on officers. The sword symbolizes truth, justice, and righteous power given to a leader among leaders. Ed is survived by his wife of 41 years, Pauline, his son John, stepdaughter Cindy, his grandchildren, and his great-grandchildren. We won't forget Ed's service to this country or the impact he had on those he loved, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life of Ross Bagwell Sr., who passed away on November 23rd at the age of 91. Ross grew up in East Tennessee, where he watched his first television broadcast. He was not only a loving husband and father, but also a trailblazer for television producing, bringing East Tennessee to the forefront of America's television production. Most people think that it all happens in Los Angeles or New York, but no, it happens right there in my hometown of Knoxville, Tennessee. He originally worked on the Howdy Doody show. He produced hundreds of hours of programming, including the I-40 Paradise, Club Dance, America's Castles, and Nickelodeon's Hey Dude, which shows that I actually watched a lot of, especially the country music. Ross was always very kind to me. He always catered in barbecue when I would visit him, and he was a dreamer with a genuine love for creativity. He always talked about wanting to build a waterfall in Knoxville in the Tennessee River, right there in the riverfront. I, of course, was the county mayor at the time, and we couldn't make it happen because it would have been a city project. But through Senatel and River Media, the do-it-yourself concept, which you see so prevalent out there now, was actually a creation of Ross Bagwell. He met the love of his life, Sue, in the 8th grade. They were together their whole lives until her passing in 2022. Ross is survived by his daughter, Dee, brother Joe, 2 grandchildren, and 6 great-grandchildren. He'll be missed by those who love him, Mr. Speaker, but he will not be forgotten. I want to thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker. The prayer will be offered by the chaplain, Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, shine your light in the darkness of our world, in our nation, and in our lives. Illumine the hiding places where evil resides and rout it out. Expose it to your divine justice. For malice breeds in the soul of humanity and takes hold of the hearts of nations and authorities who wield its destructive power against whole peoples and who care not for the suffering of the innocent in their path. Show mercy on the hostages in the Middle East and free them from the grip of power and prejudice. Reveal your peace in the conflict still raging in Ukraine and still the weapons of hatred and hubris. Then examine our own hearts, O Lord. Judge our intentions and test our motives so that we ourselves would not be drawn into evil's attempt to hold sway over our lives. Let us not be overcome by evil, but may we serve you in committing ourselves to overcoming evil with good. We give you thanks that you would want to enfold us in the grace this day and every day, and we offer our prayers in your most holy name. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces the House that the approval thereof, pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Hawaii, Miss Takuda.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Stanton High School football team for winning the first state football championship in their school's history. The Mustangs hail from Stanton, Nebraska, a town of less than 2,000 people in Nebraska's 1st Congressional District. The Mustangs, with a roster of 29 players, went undefeated in their 2023 season and finished it off by winning state at Memorial Stadium in Lincoln. This was Stanton's first state appearance in almost 2 decades. With 2 Mustang touchdowns within 13 seconds in the 4th quarter, the 8-man team pulled off a comeback for the Stanton history books. The team dedicated this season to their late coach, Patrick Breckbill, who passed away just weeks before the season started. The boys said they knew he was with them through every tough play. Congratulations to the Mustangs, the players, the coaches. You've made your hometown proud, and Coach Breckbill very proud. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even before the fires destroyed over 2,000 homes on Maui, our entire state faced a dire housing crisis. 3 months later, over 6,500 people find themselves living temporarily in hotels. While many have had to move multiple times, these hotels have served as respite from an uncertain future. And yet, hundreds of survivors will be moved again today as some hotels opt against renewing their contracts. In the coming months, hundreds more will be moved too. At the same time, efforts to secure long-term housing through existing short-term rentals on Maui have stalled. In both cases, the underlying motivation is the same: to accommodate the return of tourists to Maui. This isn't Pono. This also isn't about choosing one over the other. Rather, it is a challenge to us to prioritize what is most important: taking care of our people, and that includes giving them stability and security when it comes to having roofs over their heads. For everyone in our Maui Ohana, this is a time of shared sacrifice, but it is also a call to live aloha. For too many, August 7th will be the day they lost their house to fire. Let's work together to make sure they know that they still have a place to call home. Mahalo, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent
consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of our strong partnership with Germany. Our partnership runs deep, with Germany being the third largest foreign employer in the United States, and Germans investing more than $1.8 trillion in the U.S. from 2020 to 2022. Today, there are more than 40 million Americans of German descent living in the United States, and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania boasts one of the largest German populations in the country. As co-chairman of the German-American Caucus, I was proud to be joined today by my colleague, Congressman Keating, in introducing the resolution on reaffirming German-American friendship cooperation. This resolution reaffirms the importance of the alliance between the United States and Germany, underscoring our shared commitment to democracy and freedom. In addition, this resolution highlights the great connections between the United States and Germany. Our bond is based on friendship, historical ties, and shared values. These historical ties include the Wunderbar Together program, as well as the Congress Bundesstaat Youth Exchange program, which is celebrating its 40th anniversary this year. Earlier this month, we celebrated the 34th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. Let's continue our strong bilateral ties and close cooperations on the global stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. And for what purpose, the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Sikh Awareness Month. Sikhism is the 5th largest religion in the world, with over 250,000 Sikhs calling California home. The Sikh community has given so much to California, and in particular to my district in San Joaquin County. In fact, the Sikh community helped build Stockton and San Joaquin County into what it is today, and the first Gurdwara, the very first one in the entire United States, was founded in Stockton over 100 years ago. Sikh farmers, truck drivers, doctors, and business leaders have contributed so much to making our community what it is today. My wife Pam and our daughter Lillian are proud of their Indian heritage, and the Sikh community has opened their arms to my family, sharing their traditions, their warmth, and their hospitality, and I'm eternally grateful. As November comes to an end, I hope we can all take some time to celebrate our Sikh loved ones and recommit to our shared values of equality, justice, and religious freedom. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today a representative of a northern border district addressing the border crisis impacting communities across the country, including those in my district. What's unfolding at our southern border is a humanitarian, national, and moral crisis. Under the Biden administration's failed policies, every state has become a border state. Border crossings are at an all-time high and include people on the terrorist watch list and child sex predators. Fentanyl flows freely over the border and then is trafficked across the country. I've been to the border, north and south, and talked with border agents, and they feel like the administration has abandoned them, as has our constituents. In May, House Republicans passed the strongest border security package in history, yet the Senate refuses to vote on H.R. 2 or any other border solution. We can't wait any longer, Mr. Speaker. The Senate must vote on H.R. 2, secure our border, and protect our communities. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate the grand opening and dedication of the Youth Center at the First Baptist Church of Weldon, North Carolina. Faced with determining the best use of the church's parsonage, Pastor T.J. Walker and church leaders, who could have done many things with it, decided to renovate the parsonage and turn it into a youth center. The youth center includes a game pool, reading, and study rooms. The First Baptist Church of Weldon realizes that children in small rural communities just need opportunities. The Youth Center will be a safe haven for young minds, a place for them to flourish and to prepare them to live the American dream. Indeed, the First Baptist Church of Weldon has demonstrated through their actions that we must train up children the way they should go so they don't depart. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the Salem Rescue Squad for being awarded the 2023 Volunteer EMS Service of the Year Award. For the past 90 years, the Salem Rescue Squad has displayed selfless service to the city of Salem. Today, under the leadership of Chief Glenn Gray and Captain Darlene G., the Salem Rescue Squad is the second oldest all-volunteer rescue squad in the United States. Operating out of one station, the squad responds to approximately 2,000 calls per year and provides standby coverage for large events, in addition to responding to any disaster in the area. Recruitment and retention for a small volunteer service can often be a challenge, but due to aggressive efforts, the squad has successfully doubled its staff over the last 2 years and now has 29 active members. The volunteers serve as paramedics and offer pre-hospital care, giving up their time and energy to help others in the community. Congratulations again to Chief Gray, Captain G, and the entire Salem Rescue Squad on receiving this incredible award. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 southern minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful to recognize the 2023 Army Congressional Fellow Major Gustavo Caruso for his service in the 2nd District Office of South Carolina. His year-long service in Congress is ending, and Gus will be missed. He has been an indispensable contributor to the legislative goals, including the FY 2024 National Defense Authorization Act, and a valued team member for the military and veterans. Gus has received deserved awards in his 14 years of service, including combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. He was deployed to the Poland-Ukraine border to face the murderous invasion of Ukraine by war criminal Putin. Gus hails from Georgia, has a bachelor's degree from the University of Hawaii, and holds 2 graduate degrees. His next assignment will be at the Pentagon, where Gus will continue his promotion of peace through strength. In conclusion, God bless our troops who have successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. Senator Tommy Tuberville is correct that there will be 9/11 attacks, quote, every few days due to Biden's open borders for terrorists. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I seek recognition
The gentlewoman is recognized.
to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. Resolution, impeaching Alejandro Nicolas Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security, for high crimes and misdemeanors. Resolved that Alejandro Nicolas Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security, is impeached for high crimes and misdemeanors, and that the following articles of impeachment be exhibited to the United States Senate. Articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives of the United States of America in the name of itself and of the people of the United States of America against Alejandro Nicolas Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security, in maintenance and support of impeachment against him for high crimes and misdemeanors. Article 1. Rather than adhering to an oath he took to defend and secure our country and uphold the Constitution when he was sworn in as Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Nicolas Mayorkas has engaged in a pattern of conduct that is incompatible with the laws of the United States as follows. Article 2 of the Constitution requires that the executive branch, which today includes the Secretary of Homeland Security, ensure the laws passed by Congress and signed into law by the President are faithfully executed. The Secure Fence Act of 2006, Public Law 109 through 367, requires that the Secretary of Homeland Security maintain operational control over the entire international land and maritime borders of the United States. in his willful admittance of border crossers, terrorists, human traffickers, drugs, and other contraband, Alejandro Nicholas Mayorkas has failed to maintain operational control of the border, thereby violating the Secure Fence Act of 2006. The guarantee clause set forth in Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution dictates, "The United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government and shall protect each of them against invasion and on application of the legislature or of the executive when the legislature cannot be convened against domestic violence." The guarantee clause clearly dictates that the federal government has a constitutional duty and obligation to protect each of the states from invasion. As Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas has violated his oath to uphold this constitutional duty by allowing the invasion of approximately 10 million illegals across our borders. The ongoing invasion at our southern border is a direct national security threat against the states and against the citizens therein. Secretary Mayorkas has willfully abandoned his duty to secure the border and protect states against invasion, thereby violating Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution. To wit, since Mayorkas has headed the Department of Homeland Security, there have been approximately 10 million illegal border crossers who have invaded our country at our border. This is broken down between 8 million encounters and approximately 1,800,000 known gotaways who have evaded United States authorities and are roaming the interior of the United States. At least 280 people on terrorist watch list caught while attempting to cross the border between ports of entry. Approximately 400,000 unaccompanied illegal alien children encountered at the southern border, with at least 85,000 of these children having gone missing. At least 1,424 deaths of illegals at the southern border. Approximately 73,000 special interest aliens arrested at our border, which are aliens from a nation that promotes terrorist activity, harbors terrorists, or poses a security threat to the United States. This is the number arrested at the border, not counting, however, many of the 1,800,000 known gotaways are special interest aliens. Approximately 659 special interest aliens from Iran, approximately 6,386 special interest aliens from Afghanistan, approximately 538 special interest aliens from Syria, approximately 3,153 special interest aliens from Egypt, approximately 12,624 special interest aliens from Uzbekistan, approximately 30,830 special interest aliens from Turkey, approximately 1,613 special interest aliens from Pakistan, approximately 164 special interest aliens from Lebanon, approximately 185 special interest aliens from Jordan, approximately 123 special interest aliens from Iraq, and approximately 15,594 special interest aliens from Mauritania. In fiscal year 2021, Custom and Border Patrol seized approximately 11,200 pounds of fentanyl. In fiscal year 2022, CBP seized approximately 14,700 pounds of fentanyl. In fiscal year 2023, CBP has seized a record of approximately 27,000 pounds of fentanyl. Over 70,000 Americans died from fentanyl in fiscal year 2022. Fentanyl is now the #1 killer of Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. Fentanyl kills approximately 300 Americans a day. This is the amount of fentanyl that has been seized at the border, yet 300 Americans are being killed by fentanyl poisoning every day. The amount of unseized fentanyl has not even been taken into account. The Constitution also requires the Secretary of Homeland Security to observe the Immigration and Nationality Act, 8 U.S.C. 1101. This law requires Homeland Security to detain inadmissible aliens arriving in the United States or illegal aliens presently in the United States. Instead, the Department of Homeland Security under Secretary Mayorkas has practiced catch and release policies whereby illegals are detained but then released without any mechanism to ensure they show up to court for processing. By terminating contracts for border wall construction, ending the migrant protection protocols, which is remain in Mexico, unlawfully granting categorical parole, and being complicit in ending Title 42, Mayorkas has made it easier for illegal aliens and drugs to enter the United States, endangering American citizens, and has made it harder for CBP to expel such threats. Alejandro Nicholas Mayorkas, in his inability to enforce the law, has engaged in a pattern of conduct that is incompatible with his duties as a civil officer of the United States. Alejandro Nicholas Mayorkas, in his failure to uphold the oath he took, has, by his actions, lost the trust of the citizens of the United States to faithfully execute the laws of the United States. Wherefore, Alejandro Nicholas Mayorkas thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of privilege of the House has immediate proceedings, having an immediate proceeding only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentlewoman from Georgia will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. The determination will be made at the time of designation for consideration of the resolution. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 891 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 51, House Resolution 891. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5283, to prohibit the use of federal funds to provide housing to specified aliens on any land under the administrative jurisdiction of the federal land management agencies. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-15 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule, and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5961, to freeze certain Iranian funds involved in the 2023 hostage deal between the United States and Iran and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment recommended by the Committee on Foreign Affairs, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-14, modified by the amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 32, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection relating to small business lending under the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, Regulation B. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided, controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to commit.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is now recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from New Mexico, pending which I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. House Resolution 891 provides for consideration of 3 measures: H.R. 5283, H.R. 5961, and S.J. Res. 32. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 5283, the Protecting Our Communities from Failure to Secure the Border Act of 2023, under a structured rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule makes in order 2 amendments. Further, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 5961, the No Funds for Iranian Terrorism Act, under a structured rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule makes in order 12 amendments. Finally, the rule provides for consideration of SJ Res 32, a resolution of congressional disapproval related to a rule by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau on small business lending. That will be under a closed roll with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees, and provides one motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, since President Joe Biden took office, there have been 7.8 million illegal immigrant encounters, 1.7 million known gotaways, and hundreds of individuals on the terrorist watch list have been stopped at our southern border. And instead of fixing this issue, the Biden administration and far-left radical Democrats have placed illegal immigrants in our public schools, in our airports, our police stations, and now our federal lands. In New York City, the Biden administration and far-left New York Democrats are housing hundreds of illegal immigrants on National Park Service land. H.R. 5283 revokes New York City's lease and prevents our national parks and our federal lands from becoming tent cities. Additionally, H.R. 5961 blocks Biden's $6 billion ransom gift to the Iranian regime. As an Iraq War veteran, I've seen firsthand Iran's death and destruction in the Middle East. They're responsible for the deaths of hundreds, if not thousands, of Americans in the Middle East. Since Hamas's attack on the 7th of October against our number one ally, Israel, Iranian-backed proxies have attacked U.S. forces over 70 times in Iraq and Syria. This is unthinkable. And what's more unthinkable is that on the 22nd anniversary of 9/11, the Biden administration announced $6 billion in sanction relief for the number one sponsor of terrorism, Iran. These billions in sanctions relief will undoubtedly lead to more terrorist attacks, more attacks on Americans, and more attacks on innocent Israelis. That is why House Republicans will take action to freeze the funding that the Biden administration wants to send to the Ayatollah. Lastly, the underlying legislation we'll consider this week, the rule will address the Biden administration's CFPB guidance that places burdensome regulations on lenders and small businesses. This new CFPB regulation will result in more compliance costs. It will create privacy concerns for small businesses and adds to the bureaucratic regulatory environment that hinders hardworking Americans. I urge my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much to my colleague on the Rules Committee and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Roschenthaler, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes. I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Once again, House Republicans are spending a week on legislation that fails to solve many of the very real issues facing our constituents. Last week, when I was in my district, my constituents shared with me their aspirations, their worries, their visions for how to make our communities thrive for generations. Veterans from Hobbs described how hard it is to travel for access to health care and other services that they have earned. Seniors from Hobbs described their concern about paying their bills on a fixed income and the need to reduce costs. The Lovington mayor led us on a tour of the wastewater plant as he described the need to invest in water infrastructure in rural communities and thanked us for doing that and promoting such investment. In Taos, New Mexico, ranchers and farmers working with the Acequia Association, which, for those of you who don't know, is a centuries-old system of providing irrigation to farms and ranchers in New Mexico, they talked to me about their concerns about growing their business amid the climate crisis that we are seeing and the drought conditions. So these are real challenges that our constituents want us to fix, challenges that Congress has the ability and responsibility to address. So does this rule make in order any bills to help address veterans' need to access health care? Does it make in order any bills to help seniors pay their bills? Does it help our rural communities access rural clean water systems? Does it help our farmers keep their heritage and grow our foods?
Nope, it doesn't. What are we doing this week? We have a bill that prevents the use of federal lands to provide temporary shelters for certain non-citizens, including migrants who are legally applying for asylum. It's a bill that fails to address the humanitarian crisis or security needs at our border. Our colleagues across the aisle have consistently repeated harmful theories like the invasion theory, where they seek to demonize the communities I represent and from which I come. Their talking points simply inflame the issue rather than looking to solve it. This is just more of the same from a majority that is unable to govern effectively. Instead, we should pass legislation that actually improves our immigration system and acknowledges and upholds the dignity of immigrant communities. There are real solutions to deal with the border. The Republican majority just doesn't want us to vote on them on this floor. For example, the Dream and Promise Act has vast support from Americans, but will we see Republicans put it on the floor? The Farmer Workforce Modernization Act would help agricultural communities. It would help farm workers. It has bipartisan support. But will we see Republicans put it on the floor? We could move these bills if only Republicans would stop blocking them. We'll also consider today a resolution to reverse a Consumer Financial Protection Bureau rule. That rule would require lenders to collect and report information about the small business credit applications they receive, including geographic and demographic data, lending decisions, and the price of credit. We know that many rural small businesses struggle with access to financial resources. It's important to know whether or not the banks, especially the big banks, are serving them. Americans, the middle class, and small businesses want somebody on their side because they know the big banks and corporations aren't. That's why Americans across the political spectrum overwhelmingly support the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Despite the strong public support, Republicans continue to attack the Bureau. Democrats are on the side of small businesses when we stand up for the Bureau and its work. We should support initiatives to bring capital to entrepreneurs and innovators, especially in rural America. A lot of that work happens because of credit unions, I might say. So I also support efforts to address the credit unions' requests to address their concerns about the smaller entities. A CRA, though, as proposed by the Republicans, is an overly broad and blunt tool that prevents an agency from promulgating any regulation in an area that it addresses. This CRA that they have put forward would tie the hands of the Bureau. It would prevent them from rulemaking regarding data for small businesses, women, and minority-owned businesses. But we need access to this data to make sure that small businesses, women, minority-owned businesses, rural businesses have access to capital. Investing in these small businesses is how we grow the middle class, and that's what Democrats are focused on. How do we grow the middle class? Lastly, H.R. 5961 would free certain Iranian funds involved in the 2023 hostage deal between the U.S. and Iran. We must acknowledge, and do acknowledge, that Iran is dangerous and a state sponsor of terrorism. We cannot allow the terror to continue. But I must remind my Republican colleagues that the Rules Committee already reported a rule for this bill. Their own party blocked the House from voting on this bill when they voted down the rule on the floor. This week, we should be debating a bill with aid for our allies, including Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, and others around the world. But I guess we're not, and I guess we should not be surprised with this rule. This is just a continuation of the chaos and closed process that's been a hallmark of this Republican-led House. We've seen over 40 closed rules on the floor that have blocked 2/3 of bipartisan amendments, including blocking half of all Republican amendments. Republican leadership clearly hasn't made good on their promise to make the legislative process more open, inclusive, and accommodating. This year, Republicans will have wasted nearly a month on internal politics just to elect a speaker. Time that could have been spent lowering costs for seniors and helping those veterans I mentioned earlier. Time that could have been spent helping our farmers and ranchers, helping to grow our middle class. As Republicans continue to press forward legislation that seeks to further destroy and divide, House Democrats are working to improve the lives of everyday people. House Democrats are committed to putting people over politics to do what is right for everyday Americans, lowering costs, growing the middle class, and defending fundamental freedoms. As we have all year, House Democrats continue to extend the hand of partnership to get things done for the American people, including by passing legislation that invests in working families and keeping our nation safe. I urge a no vote on this rule, a no vote on the underlying bills. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Reserve.
Gentleman reserve. Gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're about to witness a real-time fact check here. My colleague from New Mexico is talking about the amount of closed rules. I'd like to remind my friends across the aisle that in the 117th Congress, and that's when they were deciding which rules were going to be run, 89 of their rules out of 58 were closed rules. That's 61%. So spare me the lecture on closed rules. We also have one bill coming to the floor that has 12 separate amendments. It's kind of rich hearing that criticism. But what's even richer is the criticism that we as Republicans have done nothing about the border. Absolutely laughable. As the Biden administration and far left radical Democrats have ignored the southern border crisis, we've passed H.R. 2 twice. Twice we passed it. I would invite any Democrat that wants to actually do something about the southern border to just vote for this underlying legislation that we're running. So again, House Republicans have passed the Secure the Border Act of 2023, and I'll remind my friends across the aisle, that act restarts construction of the border wall. It deploys advanced technology to the southern border. It increases Border Patrol agents and their pay. It strengthens and protects those provisions for unaccompanied minor children. It protects them from human trafficking, and it ends the disastrous policy of catch and release. Basically, it ends the catch and release policies of the far left Democrats. We have passed the FY24 Homeland Security Act as well. That provides, wait for it, over $2 billion for the border wall. It provides almost $500,000 for 22,000 Border Patrol agents and billions in funding to remove dangerous criminals who have entered the United States interior illegally. And now this week, House Republicans will block the Biden administration and far-left radical Democrats from turning our federal lands into the illegal migrant housing that the Biden administration has turned it into, and also far-left radical Democrats in our cities. But, Mr. Speaker, with that, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from the great state of Texas, 2 minutes to Representative Beth Van Duyne.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of this resolution and to call attention to the ongoing crisis at our southern border. President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have turned our southern border into a land of lawlessness, triggering one of the worst national security, humanitarian, and public safety disasters our country has ever seen. On day one, President Biden immediately repealed strong border security policies that were working. Under Biden and Mayorkas, we have shattered every illegal immigration record on the books, even as Mayorkas knowingly deceives Congress and the American people by saying, quote, our border is closed. This administration's policies deliberately unleashed chaos by turning control of the border over to Mexican cartels and human traffickers, while simultaneously obstructing states' efforts to secure the border and denying CBP and law enforcement officers the resources necessary to stop the flow of deadly drugs, human slaves, and very likely terrorist cells into our country. As a representative of the great state of Texas, I see the results, the consequences of these deadly policies every day throughout my state. This bill is crucial for ensuring public policies and public spaces that are paid for with taxpayer dollars do not become vast encampments for unvetted migrants, many of whom will be indebted to violent cartels. I urge my colleagues to support the passage of this important national security reform. But it's clear that Secretary Mayorkas has no regard for the rule of law, and he does not take securing our border seriously. Make no mistake. As long as Mayorkas remains in office, our border will remain unsecured and vulnerable to human and drug trafficking. I stand firm in advocating for his impeachment, and I call on the Biden administration to offer border states the support they need to keep our communities safe. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
You know, this entire Congress, Republicans tend to use titles for their bills that are extremely misleading. For example, today's rule includes the so-called Protecting Our Communities from Failure to Secure the Border Act. Interestingly, though, this bill does not actually secure the border. In fact, it does not include any resources for states to deal with migrants who are awaiting processing. How is that protecting our communities? Let's invest where we need to address this issue. But instead of addressing real problems at the border, Republicans are bringing up this unnecessary legislation to attack vulnerable migrants under the guise of protecting public lands. Remember, this is a public lands bill. It came out of natural resources. If they really cared about protecting public lands, they wouldn't have passed an interior appropriations bill out of their committee that cuts nearly $1 billion from the federal land management agencies that are tasked with protecting these public lands. So the concern really isn't about protecting public lands, and it's not really about addressing the real immigration concerns. Because if they were really truly interested in that, they would work with us to address the root causes of migration. The most effective way to control the number of asylum seekers arriving at our ports of entry is to help them stay in their home countries. Again, they talk about some of their bills, but what they say and what they do, let's focus on what they actually do. They have put forward appropriations bills that actually cut funding for customs and border officers. They cut CBP funding. They cut money for fentanyl interdiction. That's what they actually do. They may have bills with fancy titles and all this talk, but what happens when it comes to what are you funding? They are not funding the necessary resources to address these issues. For example, the last time we were in rules, they were cutting funding for the FBI. They were cutting funding for DEA. They were cutting funding for the law enforcement agencies we need to work on these issues. And they are not supporting the kind of cutting-edge inspection machines that we need to detect fentanyl at our southwest border ports of entry, like in the President's National Security Supplemental Request. I asked them, are you going to support the National Security Supplemental Request with those provisions in it? Are they going to support the Democratic amendments in the border package earlier this year that would have made that bill better? It's not a great bill. They focus on that wall. They are fixated on that wall. It's not what we need. We have seen report after report that it does not work. They just keep using migrants to score political points. This is the third bill we've seen this year, but none of them are true solutions. If they were serious about solving the issues at a border, they would work with us on comprehensive legislation instead of these things that do absolutely nothing to fix the problem. The problem isn't in New York City. It is with their failure to work with us on legislation that would solve the issue. I reserve.
A woman from New Mexico reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
It's time for another real-time fact check, Mr. Speaker. Homeland FY24 increased funding for border agents, $496 million for 22,000 new Border Patrol agents. That's the highest ever funded. You know, it's rich when I hear my colleagues from across the aisle talk about bills that are named one thing and do another. This is from a party that hung their entire term on the Inflation Reduction Act, which neither reduced inflation nor helped the economy. And they later said that it was about preventing global warming. So again, rich coming from a party that often misnames their key mark legislation. Let's talk about sanctuary cities, because there's one thing that we can do, and we can end sanctuary cities policies. You know, for years, Democrats have criticized House Republicans and President Trump for wanting to secure our border and protect our communities. And they just criticize us when we say that. But when the crisis comes to their own backyards, you know, instead of a small rural town on the southern border, when it comes to their sanctuary cities, Democrats are the first ones to declare an emergency. Look at Martha's Vineyard. It took, when Ron DeSantis sent a few illegal immigrants to Martha's Vineyard, it took those woke yuppies less than 12 hours to call the National Guard to remove the illegal immigrants. And I'm willing to bet there were more "hate has no home here" signs in the pristine, well-manicured yards of Martha's Vineyard than actual illegal immigrants. And they still called the National Guard to remove those immigrants from Martha's Vineyards. You know, just don't take my word from it. New York City Mayor Eric Adams, over 110,000 migrants have reached New York City. Mayor Adams decried, and I quote, "The national government has turned its back on New York City," end quote. When illegal migrants showed up in Massachusetts, Governor Maura Healey declared a state of emergency and said the quiet part out loud, and I quote, "Massachusetts has stepped up to address the crisis that sadly has been a federal crisis of inaction that is many years in the making," unquote. So one thing's clear, even Democrats now in their sanctuary cities are realizing that Biden has created this border crisis, and Democrats have ignored it for years. Republicans, thankfully, are finally stepping up and leading where they failed. Any of my friends from across the aisle, if they want to help us, if they want to end this crisis, they can vote for the rule today and vote for the underlying legislation. But I'd like to yield, talking about New York, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend from the state of New York, Representative Langworthy.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from Pennsylvania for yielding the time. And he talked about sanctuary policies, and that's really at the root of what we're talking about here today, the so-called sanctuary policies of President Biden and Governor Kathy Hochul in New York and Mayor Eric Adams, who refuses to pull those sanctuary cities back. These policies have failed, and the American people are paying the consequences. Millions of illegal immigrants have flooded across our borders since President Biden took office, and his administration has refused to even acknowledge the crisis that has unfolded. 2 years ago, it was communities only along our southern border that seem to almost exclusively carry this burden for this self-inflicted humanitarian crisis. Now, that burden is shared by cities and towns and villages as far north as my own state of New York, where communities in my own district, very far from the southern border in upstate New York, have declared a state of emergency as their limited resources are stretched to the breaking point to handle the influx of illegal immigrants. And now here we are, with thousands of migrant families, including children, shivering in tent cities at Floyd Bennett Field in Staten Island in New York City. Mr. Speaker, moving forward, I hope my Democratic colleagues will think twice before accusing House Republicans of cruelty, callousness, or inhumanity when it comes to securing our border and fixing our broken immigration system. Because opening our borders to human traffickers and drug cartels, cramming migrant families into broken down motels in freezing tent cities, and failing to account for 85,000 unaccompanied minors is the textbook definition of cruel, callous, and inhumane. No longer will we allow this administration to divert and squander federal resources, including our public lands, to shore up a crisis of their own making. The solution to this crisis before us is extremely simple. Secure our border and uphold our immigration laws. Stop the invasion that has inundated the southern border and creating a crisis in cities and towns across this country. I strongly support this underlying legislation to end the Biden administration's encampments on America's public lands and hold this administration and those in our states and cities who have promoted so-called sanctuary policies accountable. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter of support for proposed Section 1071 CFBP rule, which highlights the benefits of collecting lending demographic data for small farmers and farmers of color.
Without objection.
You know, this letter, I think, tells us a lot about how Democrats see the issues in rural America, how Democrats see the issues affecting our small businesses, our women-owned businesses, our minority-owned businesses. And it is one of wanting to make sure that the playing field is level, that there is transparency and fairness at the same time that we use the market to build up thriving communities. I would read that this is a letter that comes from ranchers, farmers, cooperatives, or rural areas. It is signed by dozens of organizations, and they read that Section 1071 rule is pro-farmer. Young, beginning, and small farmers have consistently demanded more transparent and fair markets. Having accurate and public data will help farmers and consumers make better informed financial decisions. For some reason, the Republicans don't want to make sure that we have access to this data. What are they hiding? If big banks aren't serving our rural farmers, let's find that out. But this isn't just about that. This is about pro-market. They say Section 1071 is pro-market. The data required by Section 1071 will help lenders identify unmet credit needs and expand to new markets. This is important if we're going to grow the middle class. Once again, I was a small business owner. I was a woman-owned business, and I went and sought credit. I filled out those forms. It wasn't that hard. I wrote down that, yes, I'm a woman-owned business. Yes, I'm a minority-owned business. I am a Latina. I'm proud of it. I'm from a state capital, by the way, the oldest state capital in the United States, which is very pro-immigrant because we know of the economic benefits it provides. And by having the access to this information, we know it is good. It's good for our small businesses. It's good for rural America. And therefore, we are very much in support of this role, despite the fact that, once again, Republicans want to hammer and beat up the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, despite the great work it does for our consumers, the great work it does for our small businesses, the great work it does for Americans, which is why they support it the way they do. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a measure that clearly states that the People's House will keep its solemn promise to American seniors and workers. We will protect and preserve Social Security and Medicare and fight against any cuts to these crucial programs so that so many of our constituents depend on. Reaffirming our promise is more important than ever because today, Republicans on the Budget Committee, today, as we speak, they are holding a hearing about fiscal commissions that could slash Social Security and Medicare. And we cannot allow that to happen. The top candidates for presidency in the Republican Party are also calling for cuts to Social Security. The House must stand against that. Democrats in the House will stand against that. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the wonderful gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Lee.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the grandmas and grandpas and moms and dads and neighbors and beloved community members who spent their entire lives paying into Medicare out of their own paychecks on the sacred promise that they could retire with health and dignity, only to have that promise betrayed by today's Republican Party. I stand here on behalf of our aging parents and sons and daughters fighting mental illness, loved ones who are cancer patients and stroke survivors, workers injured on the job, orphan children, and siblings with disabilities whose access to food, shelter, medicine, and dignified retirement depends on Social Security that Republicans are hell-bent on tearing away. In Pennsylvania alone, 2.8 million folks depend on Medicare, 227,727 in Allegheny County. 2.9 million depend on Social Security, nearly 150,000 in my district alone. Every one of them deserves to retire in dignity with access to health care. Every one of them deserves a Congress where every member has the decency to honor that sacred promise not to leave our families behind at the hardest moments of their lives. And the reality is that just about every American agrees, no matter where we come from, how we vote, or what our skin color is, we all deserve those things. Yet the Republican Party, bought out by greedy CEOs and billionaires and lobbyists, have always been terrified of that reality. So terrified that instead of facing it, they've chosen to lie and scapegoat and defraud even the folks who elected them, assuming we're all too foolish to see what's really going on. So let me break it down. First, Republicans passed tax handouts for their filthy rich donors, promising a trickle-down miracle that never has and will never happen, from Reaganomics to the Trump tax scam. Then, when their tax scam causes the economy to slow and deficits to grow, they refuse to correct their mistake. Instead, they blame immigrants, poor folks, black folks, and brown folks. Next, Republicans pretend to panic and call for devastating cuts to Social Security and Medicare that would force Americans to work longer for less and tear away their hard-earned retirement and end Medicare as we know it, reducing spending. Then they call for more handouts for their billionaire donors and corporate polluters, hoping that you'll settle for tearing away your neighbors' lifelines to protect your own right to retire in dignity, forcing us to the brink of catastrophic shutdown or debt ceiling crises until we clean up their mess. Then they repeat the cycle, hoping enough of us will forgive and forget their scheme to tear away Medicare and Social Security and believe their lie that they were only after food assistance or health care or housing for poor folks, not your earned benefits, when the truth is that they always were and always will be after it all. As I speak, Republicans on the Budget Committee are holding a hearing to establish a death panel. Thank you. I'm wrapping this up. As I speak, the Republicans on the Budget Committee are holding a hearing to establish a death panel commission to gut earned benefits, where their chairman called this party's fight to tear Social Security our generation's world war. At a time when the majority of Pennsylvanians say they struggle to afford health care and half are delaying getting the Medicare they need because they can't afford it, we as Democrats have an obligation to fight not only Social Security, to protect Social Security and Medicare, but to expand them. Preserve the retirement age, increase benefits to keep up with inflation, expand Medicare to include vision, dental, hearing, hold big pharma price gougers accountable, and pass Medicare for all. I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so we can bring up legislation that reaffirms the House of Representatives' commitment to protecting and strengthening Social Security and Medicare, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if my colleague from Pennsylvania was talking about the party as in 2003 or 2023, because last time I checked, the Republicans are the party that supports the guys that shower after work, not before. The Chamber of Commerce has picked its side. It's with the Democrats. The billionaires that my friend from Pittsburgh was talking about, check how they're registered to vote. I'm pretty sure, I'm willing to bet, that they're all registered Democrats, and far left extreme Democrats, by the way. All the big tech CEOs, Apple, Amazon, you name it, they're all far left Democrats. So this nostalgia for the day when Republicans supported big business and Democrats supported the little guy, it's just that, it's nostalgia. It's 2023, realize the new political realities. But while we're talking about numbers, I noticed that my friend from Pennsylvania didn't talk about the numbers relating to the destruction of Hamas during the over 3 minutes she had to address the chamber. Let's talk about those numbers. Hamas has killed over 1,500 Israelis, and this is since November 29. They've killed over 1,500 Israelis. They've injured over 6,900. Over 230 hostages were taken by Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Over 9,500 rockets have been fired from Gaza toward Israel. 32 Americans have been killed. several Americans are still missing. So while we're throwing out numbers, let's not forget to talk about the destruction Hamas has brought. And I misspoke. That's from the 7th of October, 2023. But with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, actually the debate around Social Security, similar to the debate around the Consumer Protection Bureau and its regulations, does highlight the policies that the Democrats and Republicans pursue and who are the beneficiaries of those policies. Let's look at Social Security and what the Budget Committee, the Republican Budget Committee are looking at. Raising the retirement age. Who actually pays for that? When you raise the retirement age, it's going to be the janitors, the nurses, the educators, the people doing the hard work in our manufacturing plants. They're going to be required to work longer. They're going to be the ones who are going to have a hard time because they don't have additional savings like the wealthy, right? The wealthy aren't going to care about whether you raise the age to 67, 68, 72. Because they have the assets, they are not relying on Social Security. But it is our workers who have paid into Social Security, who have earned it and deserve it, who deserve to receive the benefits that we promised them when they started working and paying into the system. So what can we do to make sure that Social Security is solvent into the future? Well, Democrats have a bill. We introduced it last year, and we support it again this year. That is that you make sure everybody pays, no matter how much money you rake, into the system. Right now, we know that the wealthy stop paying into the system at about $147,000. Why doesn't everybody pay Social Security taxes on all their earnings? Why aren't the wealthy paying their fair share? That's a policy difference. It's the policy distinctions that we are focused on. Once again, Democrats standing with working Americans who are not earning $200, $300, $400, $1 million a year. We say you should pay your fair share of your Social Security taxes rather than doing what they want to do, which is gut benefits. And when you raise the Social Security age, you are gutting the benefits. And that is an example of the distinctions of when you're standing with working Americans and when your policies that you support are increasing the middle class instead of standing with the wealthy. And with that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Another real-time fact check for you. Obama, under Obamacare, took $700 billion from Medicare. So you tell me who's trying to protect Medicare and Medicaid. It certainly wasn't the Obama administration when they were taking billions of dollars from the fund. But it's amazing for the amount of time that my colleagues across the aisle talk about working families. Have they actually talked to working families? Because when I'm in my district talking to working families, not the woke yuppies that my friends across the aisle represent, but actually working Americans, they're talking about inflation. Let's look at the numbers. When President Biden took office, inflation was when Biden took office, President Trump had inflation where it was just 1.4%. Since then, prices have risen by 17%. By the way, real wages are going down, hurting working families and working Americans. So prices have risen 17%, real wages are down. Credit card, auto loan, and consumer loan delinquencies are the highest levels since the Great Recession. And just this morning, CBS News, the conservative news bastion that is CBS News. CBS News reported that Americans need an extra $11,400 today just to afford the basics when compared to when President Trump was in office. So you tell me who's looking out for the working American. Something tells me it's not extreme far-left Democrats that are looking out for their woke, affluent suburbs. But all the while, the president during all this has been misleading the American people. Just last week, our 81-year-old leader claimed Thanksgiving dinner was the 4th cheapest ever on record. Of course, that was false. Maybe it's his age showing, I don't know, but the truth is it was the 2nd most expensive Thanksgiving dinner ever. You want to talk about an all-time high? How about last year, inflation under the president's watch? That's an all-time high. So it's clear, Bidenomics is broken economics. Democrats do not care about working Americans, Republicans do. Let's talk about some more Bidenomics statistics. With the economy adding just 1,500 jobs in October, coming in below expectations, this is the second worst jobs report of the Biden presidency. The unemployment rate rose to 3.9% in October, while the labor force participation rate actually declined. The average middle-class household has lost over $33,000 in real wealth in just this past year. That hurts people that are driving to work, driving to construction sites, driving to work shifts at diners. It's not hurting the woke, yuppie base that the Democrats represent sitting at home on Zoom all day, having their EVs charging in their garage. The average rate for a 30-year fixed mortgage is now at the highest level since 2000. This is bringing disastrous effect to the housing market. Homeownership has been deemed unaffordable in 99% of the country. 73% of Americans believe the economy is in bad shape, and more voters trust Republicans over Democrats to handle inflation, according to a recent AP NORC poll. 58% of Americans believe the economy is getting worse, and 69% believe the country is on the wrong track, according to an Economist YouGov poll. Again, not exactly a far-right polling outfit. Half of Americans say their financial situation is worsening, according to a recent Harvard CAPS Harris poll. Biden's approval rating on the economy is at just 32%, the lowest of his presidency, according to CNBC's All-American Economic Survey. So it's very clear that the American people know that Biden and far-left Democrats are hurting not only their job prospects, not only their ability to afford a home, but the entire economy and their ability just to afford the basics. So I question any time a Democrat tells me they're watching out for the working American. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I think we need to remember why we faced inflation in the first place. We need to remember that this country and the world faced down a pandemic that threatened to destroy our economy. Let's go back to those dark days when we moved from the Trump presidency to the Biden presidency. Our businesses were closed. Our main streets were going to fall apart. Our city, local, and state governments were worried about whether they'd be able to keep people on the payroll. But Democrats passed the American Rescue Plan, and we did rescue the economy, indeed. I go into my working class district because my entire district is like that. That is my family. I come from those roots. I speak to those people on a regular basis. And every town I go into, I look at the number of loans, the PPP, the restaurant revitalization, the shuttered venues, they are open now. Those communities are thriving because of the work we did. And that was not the reason we saw inflation. The reason we saw inflation, as a January 12th, 2023 Kansas Federal Reserve Economic Review found, which I would seek unanimous consent to enter into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Was how much have record corporate profits contributed to recent inflation? Firms raised markups to 2021 in anticipation of future cost pressures, so contributing about 60%. Every American knows that record profits added to inflation. They just keep wanting to try to blame it on the fact that we kept our small businesses open. That is not the case. We made sure people did not get thrown out of the homes. And it is the big corporations that they protect with their policies, where they don't want to they want to make sure that they can cheat on their taxes. They bring that up every little while. You know, he brought up issues with regard to Israel. Well, you know, they didn't allow a clean bill to come to the floor because they wanted to make sure that tax cheats could continue cheating on their taxes. They wanted to cut that funding. We know that those kinds of things hurt America. We know that part of the reason for inflation was because of Putin's war, Putin's invasion of Ukraine, and what happened to the markets with that. On that side of the aisle, we have the Putin protectors who are fighting back and do not want to provide any resources to Ukraine. So don't start talking to me about inflation when your policies are continuing to add to those problems. And you might know that this Congress, nor this presidency, they do not control interest rates. That is the Federal Reserve. We do not control that. The president does not control that. I'd love to see interest rates come down because they do impact jobs. And the fact that we had the lowest job growth of the Biden administration, that tells you, oh my God, you had to just compare it just to the Biden administration because the job growth has been phenomenal in this administration. It's been phenomenal based on the policies of what we did in last Congress. We have added so many jobs, and we are seeing with the Inflation Reduction Act, which is bringing down inflation. Inflation is lower now than it was a year ago. Fact check that. Yes, indeed, we have brought down inflation, and we are creating good manufacturing jobs. In New Mexico, we are creating manufacturing jobs. We are now manufacturing wind turbines. We are manufacturing solar facilities. We are manufacturing more now in New Mexico than we have done in the past. Those are the kinds of things that are being created with the policies that Democrats supported and were signed into law last Congress. And with that, I yield back. I reserve.
Does the gentleman reserve or does she yield?
Reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's time for another real-time fact check. And by the way, let's not conflate interest rates with inflation, two totally separate things. But let's talk about inflation. My friend from New Mexico said that inflation started during COVID. We know that when President Trump left office, inflation was at 1.4%. In June of 22, when Biden was in office, it was 9.1%. That's almost a record high. And yes, inflation is slightly less than it was coming down from the all-time high. But facts don't care about your feelings. They don't care about your political persuasion. Try arguing the difference between 9.1% inflation and 1.4% inflation. Good luck with that. And we all know who's to blame: Biden and far-left radical Democrats. Also, to talk about how great the economy is and unemployment, the unemployment rate actually rose in October to 3.9%, while the labor force participation rate declined. So it's actually worse than 3.9% if you're reading into that statistic. But again, quite amazing. You know, just not only has President Biden totally botched the economy and Bidenomics, but he has repeatedly botched foreign affairs. Obama's own defense secretary, Robert Gates, once said that Joe Biden has managed to get every single foreign policy decision wrong in his entire career. And one of the big mistakes that Biden did, talking about foreign affairs, is when he decided to delist the Houthis as a terrorist organization. Quick history lesson. In 2021, due to pressure from the Iranian regime, and for whatever reason, the Biden administration is fixated on appeasing the Iranian regime was putting pressure on the Biden administration to delist the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization. For those of you who don't know, the Houthis are an Iranian-backed proxy group that wreaks havoc across the Middle East. In recent weeks, the Houthis have carried out drone and missile attacks against Israel. They've attacked and seized commercial vessels in the Red Sea. They have fired rockets at the U.S. Navy, including the USS Mason, the USS Thomas Hudner, the USS Carney. It is past time for the Biden administration to get tough with Iran and designate the Houthis as the foreign terrorist organization that they are. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
Is the gentleman ready to close? Yeah. Gentleman's ready to close. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to respond to the comment about not talking about interest rates. Well, the gentleman talked about mortgage rates. And mortgage rates are tied to the Federal Reserve. So once again, understanding how our economy works and which agency and entity has control over that is very important. I also want to talk about the idea of who is trusted. He mentioned some polls with regards to who is trusted on the economy. The reality is we are right now in the people's house. We are the representatives who are closest to the people, who are out there meeting with them. And this is what the founders intended. When the founders created the House of Representatives, they wanted to make sure that we were a miniature of America, and that we were in constant communications. And I know that that's what we do. I know that that's what my colleagues do and what I do. And we go out and we talk with them. We listen to their stories. We bring them back. We decide based on what we hear, what are we going to prioritize. And I like the fact that Democrats, that my party, those of us on this side of the aisle, go out and listen, and we come back and we push for policies that are going to lower those costs, like the Inflation Reduction Act did, where we lowered the cost of prescription drugs, where we made sure that nobody is going to pay more than $35 a month for insulin. People have been asking for that. For the first time, we are going to actually negotiate with Big Pharma to bring down those costs, where there's going to be a $2,000 out-of-pocket limit for prescription drugs. These are important ways in which we are lowering the cost. We are lowering the cost by making sure that we provide homeowners with the ability and renters with the ability to lower their energy costs, whether that is putting in renewable energy facilities and solar panels, or it's insulating your homes. Those are the kinds of things that my colleagues across the aisle, my good friends, might not understand how important it is to insulate your house. I'm from where it's cold. Getting those insulation credits is important. It lowers the cost. And because of this work we are done, I'd actually know that there was a Navigator poll out that actually points to the fact that Democrat incumbents are trusted in the House at a rate that is so further besides our Republicans. They are underwater by 14 points. Their own constituents know that they are not fighting for their economic benefits. But what we've seen this year is chaos and dysfunction take over the House under Republican leadership. So while Democrats have been ready to put people over politics and deliver for America through bipartisan legislation, our colleagues across the aisle continue to introduce bills like we are considering today that focus more on culture wars than on solutions. Today we have an immigration bill that does not address the root causes of migration, offers no solutions for our broken systems, or provide any resources to help the U.S. citizenship and immigration system or Customs and Border Patrol issues address an increase in migrants. This bill, they might talk about a lot of things, but that's not what this bill does. This bill does not address any of those key issues. Instead, it restricts the Departments of Interior and Agriculture's ability to manage their lands. These agencies are in charge of managing our public lands, and we need to let them do their job. We have a bill that fails to help our small businesses, even when we know that SBA low-interest loans help thousands of entrepreneurs grow their businesses and the economy. Instead, they would seek to make those federal loans less transparent and would cripple the Consumer Financial Protections Bureau's ability to address disparities in lending.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you very much. I urge a no vote on the rule.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of my time.
As you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I can't believe that once again I'm here on the House floor explaining to my friends across the aisle that there's a difference between interest rates and inflation. They're two separate things. They shouldn't be conflated. I'm shocked that I've got to explain this to members that are elected to Congress. Quite amazing. It's very clear the difference between inflation and interest rates. But there's another thing that's very clear that Democrats don't seem to understand, and that's that President Biden's foreign policy agenda benefits our foreign adversaries, not the American people. From the failed withdrawal from Afghanistan to the $6 billion in sanctions relief to Iran, to the draining of our strategic oil reserve, and also the fast-tracking of Putin's Nord Stream 2 project, it has been disastrous. Look at the invasion of Ukraine, a terrorist safe haven in Afghanistan, an emboldened China, and a destabilized Middle East. This legislation before us will protect our service members in the Middle East. It will place additional pressure on the Iranian regime. Additionally, we have another Biden-fueled disaster right here at home at our southern border. The White House now wants to exacerbate this crisis further by placing tent cities on federal lands. In Pennsylvania, our Commonwealth is home to several national parks, including the Flight 93 Memorial, Fort Necessity National Battlefield, and Friendship Hill National Historic Site, all of which are in my congressional district. These are places for Americans and their families, not camps for those who broke our laws and are here illegally. The underlying legislation will protect our national parks from the Biden administration and radical far-left Democrats from their radical immigration policies. And finally, the Biden administration's attempt to burden our local lenders with extra costs would do irreparable harm to our nation's 33 million small businesses. During a time when Bidenomics is failing the American people, it is critical we support efforts to make the American dream more achievable, not insert partisan politics into small business lending. That is why the House will nullify this far-left radical rulemaking by the Biden administration and Democrats. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question, yes on the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
Question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Request.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman asks for the yeas and nays.
Yes, yes.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the rule. This is a 15-minute vote. members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 205, one voted present. Previous question is ordered. The question is adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
Does what purpose from the gentlewoman from New Mexico rise?
I request a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic vote. This is a 5-minute vote. Yeas are 212, the nays are 205. One member voted present. With that, the resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What do you guys do? Members, the House will be in order, please. Please, members, take your conversations off the floor. House will be in order, please. It's closed, buddy. House will be in order. If you have any conversations, please carry them off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Mexico rise? Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 5283.
Objection so ordered. Pursuant to House Resolution 891 and the Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 5283. The Chair appoints the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. McClain, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 5283, which the clerk will report the title by title.
A bill to prohibit the use of federal funds to provide housing to specified aliens on any land under the administrative jurisdiction of the federal land management agencies.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read for the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gavalio, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
Madam Chair, the House is not in order.
The House will be in order, please. The committee will come to order. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Chair, today I rise in support of H.R. 5283, legislation sponsored by my colleague from New York City, Congresswoman Mayorkas. This legislation would protect our national parks, prevent wasteful spending, and hold the Biden administration accountable for its failed border policies. The Protecting Our Communities from Failure to Secure the Border Act of 2023 would prohibit the use of any federal funding, leases, or contracts to construct housing facilities for illegal immigrants on our nation's federal lands. It would also put an end to the legally questionable lease that the Biden administration signed with New York City to house thousands of migrants at Floyd Bennett Field, which is owned and managed by the National Park Service. Madam Chair, our national parks have been described as America's best idea. They are places we go to experience the outdoors and spend time with our friends, family, and community. That was true of Floyd Bennett Field, which drew an average of 1 million visitors per year for its ice skating rinks, petting zoos, youth Sea Cadet programs, bird watching, bike races, and much more. If you go to Floyd Bennett Field today, you wouldn't see any children on playgrounds or fishermen dotting the shoreline. Instead, you would see massive tents hastily thrown together over the last few weeks to house 2,000 migrants in semi-congregate facilities. This tent city has been called, quote, a recipe for disaster. Local Democrat and Republican elected officials, the U.S. Park Police Union, the Legal Aid Society, and the Coalition for the Homeless have all spoken out against using Floyd Bennett Field as a migrant housing facility. The Park Police Union testified before the Natural Resources Committee that it was a, quote, law enforcement nightmare and public safety disaster in the making, end quote. Numerous organizations have raised concerns about inadequate bathroom facilities, cramped sleeping areas, and hazards for children. The local fire department has said the area is a fire trap and lacks basic safety features like fire hydrants. If that wasn't enough, the entire facility is located in a floodplain that floods even on days with light rain. Maybe the Biden administration would have known about these issues ahead of time had they not tried to get around the National Environmental Policy Act by improperly declaring this as an emergency. Perhaps it's no surprise that when the first busloads of migrants started arriving at Floyd Bennett Field, they turned right back around and refused to stay there. Migrant families are now warning each other against staying there, saying that the site is freezing cold, babies are suffering, it's not suitable for children, and believe it or not, there are no televisions. This entire boondoggle has been a colossal waste of time and American tax dollars. And why are we here? Because of failed Democrat policies. President Biden has failed to secure our border, leading to a record number of migrant apprehensions last month. Liberal New York Democrats have turned New York into a sanctuary city whose right to shelter laws will cost an estimated $12 billion over the next 3 years just to house undocumented immigrants. The mission of the National Park Service is to conserve the natural and cultural resources for the enjoyment of future generations, not bail out the failed border policies of the Biden administration. The use of emergency declarations at Floyd Bennett Field is a result of a man-made problem that President Biden is responsible for. The border crisis is everywhere in America. It's everywhere now, and it's what's happening at Floyd Bennett Field, and that is something that highlights the failures at the southern border. This is the Biden administration's legacy for the National Park Service. Congresswoman Maliotakis' legislation would ensure that federal lands throughout the country, including parks in her district, in my home of Hot Springs National Park, and the Grand Canyon in the ranking member's home state, remain natural wonders, not tent cities for illegal immigrants. I'd like to thank Representative Maliotakis for her strong leadership on this effort. I support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the legislation. You know, I'm disappointed that today we once again are discussing the continued Republican insistence that immigration is a federal land emergency. I will continue to dispute this claim because instead of focusing on the root causes of our nation's immigration crisis and challenges, my colleagues have chosen to double down on a distraction. I oppose this bill because it's a political stunt that will invite even more hateful anti-immigration rhetoric from the extreme MAGA wing of the Republican Party. The case of Floyd Bennett Field does not represent a threat to our public lands. Rather, it encapsulates the humanitarian crisis that we are facing, caused by failed immigration policies from the past administration and from the failure of Congress to take any action to reform a broken immigration system. The crisis can be solved, but only with real, comprehensive immigration reform. You know, and former President Trump, who is, as I understand it, still the front runner for the Republican presidential nominations, newsflash, nothing has changed. And he's stated that he intends to return to the White House with a supercharged plan that one of his closest confidants noted, the noted white nationalist Stephen Miller, describes as a blitz. Miller went on to say that, quote, Trump will unleash a vast arsenal of federal powers to implement the most spectacular migration crackdown, end quote. I'm inserting into the record the New York Times articles sweeping raids, giant camps, and mass deportations inside Trump's 2025 immigration plans. Apparently, this plan that has Mr. Miller salivating include mass roundups, mass incarceration, permanently ending DACA, and the construction of camps to hold migrants waiting to be processed and presumably later expelled from the country. This is the leader of the Republican Party, his platform on immigration. I wonder if MAGA Don thinks that he will build these camps on public lands. I hope not, but who knows? Perhaps he even thinks Mexico will pay for it. Seeking asylum is a human right. We should be discussing how we can best support migrants in this time of crisis by providing additional resources to guarantee safety and well-being during the immigration process. We should be supporting cities like New York that are responding proactively to this crisis. Instead, we are taking up a bill that micromanages and limits local decision-making authority. If Republicans wanted to protect our parks, they would have passed an appropriation bills that would not cut nearly $500 million from the national park budget. Such a cut would result in the loss of 1,000 park staff and would reduce the agency's maintenance and preservation funding. These extreme cuts are going nowhere in the Senate, and President Biden has promised a veto. So why waste that time? To protect our parks, we should empower our federal land management agencies by providing them with the necessary resources to fulfill their mission and their mission to the American people. Instead, this bill would interfere with that work. Historically, the National Park Service has the authority to lease its property if the agency head determines that the lease will not obstruct the preservation of the property. Well, in the case of Floyd Bennett Field, the temporary lease will have minimal environmental impact. New York City will be investing millions of dollars to address deferred maintenance and improve visitor amenities, leaving the site actually better than before. So this idea that leasing the field this way will somehow degrade it is a red herring. The temporary lease will also have minimal impact on recreation. The part of Floyd Bennett Field we're talking about in this instance is a disused runway at the abandoned airport. That's why the site has a long history of leasing for non-recreation purposes. It has been used for emergency responses, like during Hurricane Sandy, and even now these runways are used by NYPD and the City Department of Sanitation for exercises, including training of their drivers in the use of heavy-duty vehicles. Madam Chair, New York City is urgently responding to a humanitarian crisis. We need to support that effort. Evicting the migrants at Floyd Bennett Field with no plan for keeping them from being homeless it's not a real solution for New Yorkers. It is not a real solution for our national immigration debate. We need real immigration reform, not an unserious attempt to distract from the root of the problem. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
Madam Chair, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, the lead sponsor of this bill, Ms. Mayorkas.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On September 15, 2023, against the strong public outcry from the local community in Brooklyn and across New York City, the lease signed by the Biden administration proposes to house at least 2,000 migrants at Floyd Bennett Field, Brooklyn, at a monthly rent of $1.7 million. Under the terms of the lease, the city, who will be reimbursed by the state, will pay the first 3 months up front, and the city will be able to use 30 acres of land at the location. The total cost of the agreement over $20.8 million. According to the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, who he himself has said this migrant crisis is destroying New York, will destroy New York. So far, in fiscal year 2023, New York City has spent $1.4 billion to deal with this crisis, and is estimated that the taxpayers will be forced to pay $12 billion by 2025 if this crisis is not handled, which means if we do not stop the unsustainable and unsafe flow of individuals coming through our southern border. Additionally, the mayor has said, because of this crisis, he has to propose a 15% across the board cut from New York City services for our actual citizens. He wants to bring cops levels to 1990 levels. Thousands of fewer cops on our streets than we had on September 11th, 2001. We are having a hiring freeze for not just the cops, but the school safety officers. There is no difference than the left's defund the police agenda than this. This is defunding the police to pay for citizens of other countries to receive free housing and services. They're just not calling it that. The gentleman who spoke prior on the other side of the aisle says that we have to get to the root of the problem. You're absolutely right, because New York City, because our mayor, by the way, is misinterpreting the right to shelter decree, which is intended for homeless New Yorkers, mandating the city to house homeless New Yorkers, not citizens of other countries. And if there's any question about that, we sued, and a judge on Staten Island reaffirmed what we've been saying, that the city has no obligation to house citizens of other countries, and the decree was meant for homeless New Yorkers. However, the mayor continues to use luxury hotel rooms, crushing tourism in New York, using school spaces, whether they're former Catholic schools. They even used public school gyms and cafeterias at one point. Our public and open spaces, this parkland, and even assisted living facilities. They've actually went so far to kick a bunch of seniors out of an assisted living facility in my district and then turn around and make it a migrant shelter. How is that fair for the citizens of New York? Let's get to the root of the problem. The root of the problem is that the President of the United States chose to put in place executive orders that dismantled public safety, that took away the tools of our Customs and Border Patrol agents, that it allowed for a free flow of individuals into the country. We don't know whom, 1.7 million of them, we don't know who they are, where they are, or what their intention is. And then the other 6 million plus that have applied for asylum, guess what? 50% of those cases are denied in court. People are abusing the asylum system to gain entry into this country, to be released into this country. Most don't show up to court, and when they do, 50% of those cases are denied. So we need to go back to enforcing the laws, making sure there's a proper process in this country for people, yes, to apply for asylum. My mother's a Cuban refugee. I support people coming to this country and applying the right way for asylum. And what is the right way? The right way is you go to the next safe country. We have people from over 120 countries coming through the southern border. We only have 2 countries bordering the United States, yet we have people from 120 different countries, which means the process is not being followed. And I'll tell you something else. This is very unfair to immigrants, all right? I don't know if the other side understands what this president is doing. He has a last in, first in approach, which means people coming over the border, they're having their cases heard first. So the people who have been waiting in line for years, and there's a 10-year backlog right now because of this crisis the president created, those people are not being heard, and they're having their cases pushed back even further. How is that right? Maybe you're the party that's anti-immigrant, that you're letting people who applied the right way, that came to this country the right way, to be stuck and pushed to the back of the line. Did I run out of time? Okay, I yield back, and I will come back later, hopefully.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gajarva.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from New York and a member of the Resources Committee, distinguished member of the Resources Committee, Ms. Velasquez.
The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member Grijalva, for yielding. I rise today in opposition to this disingenuous bill introduced under the guise of protecting National Park Service land. If Republicans were really concerned with protecting our national parks, why did they vote to cut the National Park Service budget by approximately $500 million in the appropriations bill that they passed less than a month ago? The point here is not to protect the National Park Service. The point here is cruelty. If extreme MAGA Republicans really wanted to preserve public lands, why have they passed bills that include shameless giveaways of our public lands and waters to the destructive oil, gas, and mining industries? And if Republicans really care about our federal lands, why have they continuously tried to gut bedrock environmental laws like the Endangered Species Act since taking the majority? Republicans do not care about our national parks. They are simply looking for more excuses to spread anti-immigrant rhetoric. I know firsthand that the situation in New York is a humanitarian crisis and not a partisan issue. If you want to tackle the root cause of this, let's get together and let's draft legislation, and we have legislation that has been introduced in many instances, bipartisan legislation. Let's get real and deal with the broken system that we have in this country and address comprehensive immigration reform. We must ensure that people fleeing violence and persecution, regardless of nationality or other demographics, can access functioning asylum and refugee resettlement system in this country as required by law. New York City is doing all it can to accomplish this, but it cannot do it alone. The real solution here is to increase federal support for the city and the individuals exercising their protected right to seek asylum in the United States. The bill before us today is performative and vilifies migrants, making it harder for New York City to meet this moment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserved, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, the chair of the Subcommittee on Federal Lands, Mr. Tiffany.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this legislation which would prohibit the housing of illegal immigrants on federal lands. I only wish it was not necessary. Unfortunately, thanks to the open borders policies of the Biden administration, America's public lands are now in danger of being converted into public flop houses for foreign migrants. So here we are. In an effort to house the exploding number of foreigners illegally flooding into our country, the Biden administration is already allowing the construction of an encampment at the Floyd Bennett Field in Brooklyn's Gateway National Recreation Area. They even waived NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, to permit it. And you do not see any of the environmental groups raising a ruckus like they normally do when productive companies in the United States of America want to do something with natural resources. Where is the Sierra Club? Where is the National Resources Defense Council? Where is the Center for Biological Diversity when NEPA is being flouted once again? What's next? Illegal alien Bidenvilles on the National Mall here, right in Washington, D.C.? Makeshift migrant towns on the rim of the Grand Canyon? Or maybe they're going to come to the Apostle Islands National Lakeshore in my district and build encampments there up on Lake Superior. As the president is fond of saying, this is no joke, folks. For decades, we have worked together across party lines to protect our iconic national parks, pristine national wildlife refuges, and resource-rich national forests and rangelands. We have done so to conserve these areas for the wise use and future enjoyment of the American people. We can do that again by passing this bill and ensuring that the public lands we all cherish are not transformed into squatting grounds for a never-ending stampede of migrants. I will just close with this. On January 20th of 2021, the first day that President Biden was in office, he closed down energy independence in America by shutting down the Keystone Pipeline, and he opened up the pipeline down to Panama to be able to bring in millions of illegal immigrants into America. And it is amazing to me to watch my colleagues on the other side of the aisle as they twist themselves in pretzels as we have advanced bill after bill, including the Floyd Bennett bill here, and they are in complete denial that, hey, America, everything is just fine. It is not. I support this bill. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I will yield. Let me yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Maine, Representative Pingree.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend, Mr. Grijalva, for yielding me the time. Mr. Speaker, this bill does nothing to address the immigration crisis facing our nation. It does not help New York City, and it doesn't help the asylum seekers. I represent Portland, Maine, which, like New York, has welcomed an influx of asylum seekers this year. Portland has also struggled to find sufficient housing for our new neighbors. If Republicans are serious about getting asylum seekers out of shelters, then we should be debating my amendment to replace this misguided bill with my plan to get asylum seekers to work faster. Currently, asylum seekers must wait at least 6 months before they are eligible to receive work authorization. The Bipartisan Asylum Seeker Work Authorization Act would cut this waiting time to 30 days, allowing asylum seekers to get to work faster and no longer rely on social safety net programs to survive. I've spoken to countless asylum seekers who are anxious to get to work and start supporting themselves and their families and contribute to their communities. We just need to get out of their way. I've also heard from employers from across the country who would jump at the chance to hire asylum seekers. At present, there are 9.5 million job openings in the United States and only 6.5 million unemployed workers. That leaves a gap of 3 million job openings that businesses need asylum seekers to fill. That's why business groups like the United States Chamber of Commerce have endorsed my bill. My common sense proposal would make no changes to the asylum process. It would simply reduce the amount of time asylum seekers are barred from filling critical job openings. As President Reagan once said, immigrants are one of the most important sources of America's greatness. So I urge my colleagues across the aisle to join me in supporting this common sense, bipartisan solution, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 5283, the Protecting Our Communities from Failure to Secure Our Border Act, which I am proud to co-sponsor. Plenty of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will stand here today and protest that this bill is unnecessary. They'll complain Republicans shouldn't be taking up this piece of legislation. The truth is, if it weren't for the disastrous policies of this administration, I don't think we'd find ourselves even considering this bill. It's plain and simple. Republicans are taking action to address our southern border crisis because the Biden administration has failed to do so. They have failed to protect the American people. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, they broke a record. 15,000 illegals came across our southern border in just 1 week. The district I represent in northern Minnesota contains hundreds of miles of northern border with Canada. The 547 miles of border shared with Canada is only patrolled by 2 mobile agents right now, because the current agents are being reassigned to in-process the illegals coming through our southern border. So now our northern border is not secure because of this administration. There's 547 miles of border that's wide open, and the cartels and the coyotes have figured it out. Earlier this fall, in Bemidji, Minnesota, an 11-year-old girl was sexually assaulted, and 11 illegal immigrants were found at the scene of that crime. For those of you who don't know where Bemidji is, it's not along our southern border. It's over 2,000 miles away. Bemidji, and every community across this nation, has been turned into a border community, putting Americans at risk. And now even our federal lands, meant for conservation,
Gentleman's time has
and
expired.
development of our great natural resources,
I yield the gentleman 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
are being turned into campgrounds for traffickers and terrorists who are marching into our country and breaking our immigration laws. Northern Minnesota is also home to vast amounts of public lands, including the Chippewa and Superior National Forest, Voyageurs National Park, and the Grand Portage National Monument. It is a shame that we have to even consider this piece of legislation because the Biden administration's open border policy that is making our nation less secure. We have no idea who's coming in this nation, Mr. Chair, and it's not appropriate that we keep this open border, and I support this piece of legislation. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I think a soft reminder is important now as we point to these asylum seekers and those that are seeking refugee status in this country and those that are going through the immigration process. It's important to note that they're not the first. And almost everybody that speaks on this floor today can trace their lineage to somebody that wasn't here in this country when the indigenous people of this, the first Americans in this country were here. And so I think we need to be careful, not to stereotype, not to be ugly, and not to be abusive about a crisis and a human tragedy that we see before us that we should be attending to rather than exploiting. Mr. Chairman, I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, a valued colleague, Representative Menendez.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to my friend and colleague from Arizona for yielding and for his leadership on this issue. I rise today because while House Republicans vilify families that are coming to the United States for refuge, House Democrats and the Biden administration are working to address immigration challenges with real solutions. As many cities are welcoming asylum seekers and migrant families, House Democrats are fighting to provide resources to local governments that are processing migrant arrivals. House Democrats are fighting to relieve the immigration court backlog and provide stability for those stuck in the system. House Democrats are fighting to allow people to work and support their families, and House Democrats are fighting to improve processing at the border. To be clear, this bill does not provide any solutions for our communities. This bill does not address the core issues driving migration. It does not provide resources to local governments that are handling migrant arrivals. It does nothing. In fact, it does the exact opposite of being productive by limiting available facilities to house migrants while they go through a process to which they are legally entitled. This bill has no purpose other than to score cheap political points for House Republicans. When House Republicans are ready to discuss real solutions, we will be ready to work with them. But right now, I encourage all my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 5283. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. As if Biden's border crisis isn't bad enough, this administration is now seeking to convert our national parks, America's most cherished natural treasures and historical sites, into tent cities for illegal aliens. Such actions not only debase our national heritage, but blatantly violate numerous federal statutes, including those governing management and protection of our national parks, NEPA, and the Administrative Procedure Act. How bad is this latest move to convert our national parks to ungovernable tent cities? While Wyoming's effort to prevent catastrophic wildfires destroying our national forests are met with intensive scrutiny from the unelected bureaucrats in this administration, President Biden is categorically exempting the housing of thousands of individuals in our national parks from any type of environmental review. This double standard is indefensible, and the Biden administration's refusal to engage with Congress on this bill only confirms that fact. We need serious reforms to end the flood of illegal immigrants into our nation, not half measures that fail to correct the disaster of this administration's own making and endanger what is the very best idea America ever had. I urge my colleagues to protect our national parks by voting in favor of the bill. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Representative Garcia.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to this extreme anti-immigrant bill put forward by my colleague from New York. I represent Chicago, a city founded by an immigrant and a city that to this day welcomes immigrants. And although this year has tested us, Chicagoans have stepped up to embrace our new neighbors. As a proud immigrant representing a predominantly immigrant diverse district, I take offense to the blatant attacks against my constituents. Outrage about public lands is just another excuse for Republicans to vilify immigrant communities. If they really cared, they wouldn't bulldoze through public lands and wildlife habitats while destroying our environment in their zeal for a border wall. They also wouldn't try to sell our public lands off to the highest corporate bidder. There are many ways to create a more just immigration system. This bill is certainly not one of them, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it. I yield back.
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 5283, the Protecting Our Communities from Failure to Secure the Border Act. For 3 years, Americans have experienced the repercussions of the Biden administration's failed border policies. In fiscal year 2023 alone, over 2.4 million migrants were apprehended illegally crossing our southern border, with drug smugglers, human traffickers, terrorists, and other dangerous criminals taking advantage of our porous border. This crisis has affected every facet of our nation, including our national parks. In September, the Biden administration signed a lease with New York City to house at least 2,000 illegal immigrants in a tent encampment at Floyd Bennett Field in Brooklyn, which sits on federal land. This encampment conflicts with federal law, takes away from the field's taxpayer-funded recreational activities, and raises serious safety concerns, both for those who would be housed there and for those who live nearby, as it puts undue burden on law enforcement, A couple months ago in Natural Resources Committee, we actually heard from people who represented the Park Service and lived and worked in New York City, including law enforcement. And I feel like that's our job as representatives, to be listening to the people who actually live and work in those communities that have legislation that makes an impact there. So, and they're the ones that told us about the security concerns and the concerns from tourists, and what were the children who were encamped there, what were those people doing on a daily basis, some of the issues they had just with some criminal activity, and how it interfered really with the recreational purposes of that park. So Americans shouldn't be deprived access to national parks and lands paid for by their tax dollars because of this administration's destructive immigration policies. That's why this bill, which I was proud to work on as a member of the Natural Resources Committee, would reverse the decision to lease Park Service land to New York City to house illegal immigrants and prohibit the Biden administration from doing so with any federal lands in the future. I came to Washington to restore common sense leadership, and with this bill, we have an opportunity to do just that. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 5283. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Representative Goldman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my friend, the ranking member. Boy, you would think this was the Congress of New York State, given how much focus my colleagues on the other side of the aisle put on New York State. But I will tell you, as a member of Congress from New York City, we're doing just fine. This bill, however, is not at all just fine. It is yet another ploy by the Republicans to score political points without actually addressing the desperately needed reforms to our immigration system. Immigration is a federal issue, yet New York City, where both this bill's sponsor and I come from, is bearing the financial burden of this issue. And yet this bill would make it harder for cities and states to get federal support for immigrants who, like so many of our descendants, are fleeing horrible conditions in their home countries to seek a better life in the United States. On both sides of the aisle, we agree we have to fix our broken immigration system. But defunding migrant housing sites is not a solution. Instead of closing down these sites and sending children potentially into the street in the cold, let's focus on legislation that actually does make our communities safer. Let's focus on fixing the fentanyl trade problem we have, the human trafficking problem that is plaguing our southern border. That's why, as an amendment to this bill, I proposed my Disarming Cartels Act, which would stop the flow of the more than 500,000 American-manufactured guns into the hands of the drug cartels in Mexico, who are responsible for the bulk of the crime that occurs on the southern border. Over 70% of the guns recovered from crime scenes in Mexico come from the United States. Hundreds of thousands of American-made guns are sent to Mexico every year because you cannot get a gun quickly in Mexico. But that, of course, is too much common sense. That would actually solve the problem. That doesn't score political points. If you have 30 seconds, yeah.
Additional minute, please.
Gentleman is recognized.
That doesn't solve the problem. Or that does solve the problem. This does not solve the problem. This is just a political ploy, a messaging bill that does nothing to, quote, solve our open borders. Every single Republican witness that has come before the Homeland Security Committee this Congress has acknowledged that the outflow of American-made weapons of war to the cartels in Mexico is a massive, massive cause of crime at the border. But why won't you address it? Why won't you join it? Why won't you even allow the bill to come to the floor? Is it the gun lobby? Is it because you just want to use immigration as a political cudgel and you don't want to find solutions? Instead of fear-mongering, let's get some solutions together. Let's work together. We're ready. We just need a partner that will stop messaging and start solving problems. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves.
Reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, it sounds like we now have bipartisan support for H.R. 2, the Secure Our Borders Act, which was passed out of this chamber, that would secure our border, that would address the fentanyl crisis. Maybe some of our colleagues weren't paying attention when we brought that up and debated it and passed it. Hopefully they could go talk to Senator Schumer, who represents New York, and get that bill through the Senate and on President Biden's desk. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Lamalfa.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to my chairman, Mr. Westerman. I appreciate the effort here today. So now it's a gun problem. We're moving people into, illegal immigrants are being moved into national parks in New York, and I suppose around the rest of the country because we have a numbers problem. No, it isn't a gun problem. It isn't even that the immigration system is so broken, it's just not being enforced. We have laws in place that would actually work if they're enforced. It's crazy. And no wonder people think Congress is out of its mind with some of the stuff that goes on because, we're going to fill up the parks, starting in New York and other areas of the country. It'll end up in the West because we don't have enough space, because it's a green light at our open border. And we've had sanctuary cities inviting them in. Now they're seeing the results, finally, of Democrat policies that put us in this place. So indeed, this is not a long-term problem so much as it's been intense the last 3 years during the Biden administration. So this is not a common sense solution I hear on the other side about guns or filling the parks with illegal immigrants. It's controlling the border where the root cause is and not trying to gloss over it with this sort of policy.
Gentleman's time has expired.
A good policy to get started on the right direction. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Representative Garcia.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to this bill. If MAGA Republicans want a real bipartisan solution for our broken immigration system, they should sign up and support my American Dream and Promise Act. Today, our country is home to millions of dreamers, people who were brought to the United States as children and grew up here. In their heart, in their mind, and their soul, they are Americans, except on paper. This is their country. This is their home. If Congress does nothing, we will lose our neighbors, our family members, and friends. We will lose fellow Americans. With the American Dream and Promise Act, House Democrats have a plan with bipartisan support to finally create a pathway to citizenship for dreamers and immigrant families. Make no mistake, this is not a partisan issue. Over 70% of Americans favor a law providing permanent legal status to dreamers. This is a real solution. The Dream and Promise Act will have a life-changing effect on every single district in this country. And take it from me, I was born and raised in South Texas. I recognize the importance of securing our border to protect the integrity of our nation. But extreme MAGA Republicans have introduced a pitiful excuse to spread anti-immigrant rhetoric. Their bill fails to protect this country. It will not make us safer. Their bill weaponizes the federal government against those who have the least. It mocks what this country stands for. The gentlelady from New York should look out into the New York harbor to the statue that embodies the American promise. Give your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. In America, we welcome those fleeing harm. We welcome those who believe in the American dream. Americans support dreamers. Dreamers
time has
support
expired.
America. I'm opposed to this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carl.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this important bill, H.R. 5283, the Protecting Our Community from Failure to Secure Our Border Act of 2023. In a time where our security of our nation is at great risk because of illegal immigrants, this bill takes huge steps to address the challenges we face at our borders and prohibit the housing of illegal immigrants on federal managed lands, which include National Park Services, U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services. We've got a real crisis in this country, and we can't wait any longer to address it. Since President Biden has taken office, there are over 6.5 million illegal crossings in the U.S. that we know of. That we know of is the important part. This is why it's absolutely critical we secure our borders and we enact measures to discourage further waves of illegal immigrants. We can't keep encouraging further waves of illegal immigrants
Gentleman's
to come
time
here
has expired.
and offer free housing on federal land. Thank you, sir.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Chairman. Let me yield 2 minutes to the distinguished ranking member of Foreign Affairs, the gentleman from New York, Representative Meeks.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Gavala. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to say to my Republican colleagues, stop the xenophobic rhetoric about asylum seekers and draft some meaningful policy that addresses the migrant crises in New York and across this country. Deception and extremism is what my Congress across the aisles are spewing. In this so-called piece of legislation that they have here, they claim that federal land will be hurt. The Floyd Bennett field lease does not put any of our public lands in harm's way. In fact, this same field was used 11 years ago during Superstorm Sandy as a disaster relief center for New Yorkers displaced by the hurricane. And Republicans had zero opposition to that. Those who are voicing their friend concern for our public lands are the same people who have repeatedly pushed policies to defund and degrade our public lands. In this Congress alone, Republicans are trying to slash the National Park Services budget by nearly $500 million. These are not ideas of a party that has actual concerns about our public lands and parks. Instead, this is an example of extremists trying to push policies that vilify migrants rather than provide sensible solutions to a real crisis. Democrats, on the other hand, are working every day to put people over politics. The Biden administration, for example, granted temporary protection status to 500,000 Venezuelans so they can financially support their families and join the American workforce as they await their asylum court dates. Now that's results putting people over politics. Democrats are ready to work on legislation that addresses the migrant crisis in a humanitarian manner, but we need the Republicans to stop wasting time on their terrible extreme bills and join us in getting back to work. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Arizona. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, you'd think that just listening to this debate, we were sitting here debating funding and we were debating guns, and that's actually not the case. See, what the Biden administration is trying to do is just another glaring example in a long list of glaring examples of what they have done to destroy the American fabric as we know it. You know, you can look at inflation, you can look at the wokeness in the military, but this is actually about an invasion. And now they're wanting to take a national park and turn it into a migrant camp. I'm going to tell you folks something. You give this administration an inch and they'll take a mile. That's just the beginning of this. People want to go see their national parks. They want to go see the Grand Canyon. They don't want to see a Grand Caravan. Instead of punishing Americans for their failures, the Biden administration should look to actual long-lasting solutions to the border crisis. You know, House Republicans, Mr. Chairman, you're exactly right. We've already acted by passing H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act. I want to urge all my colleagues to support this bill and protect our national parks. And I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Chairman, as a reminder, seeking asylum is a human legal right protected by international law and United States law, period. Instead of wishing that that was not the case, Republicans should work with Democrats and the administration to move a meaningful response to this humanitarian crisis and dealing with the issue of comprehensive immigration reform. Unfortunately, we are here debating a senseless stunt of a bill instead. With that, let me yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Chicago, Representative Ramirez.
Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. We just got back from a week with family. Many of us sat around the table and we thank God for our family, for the children, for the ability to have a roof over our head. Some of you remembered that your family came 100, 200 years ago. In my case, they came 40 years ago from Guatemala. And now we're back here in the same rhetoric that we continue to play over and over and over. And Republicans are using human beings as a bargaining chip to try to realize their extreme and their very harmful policies. Despite their efforts to cut funding for land protection, cut social safety net services, bankrupt our federal infrastructure, they also want us to believe that providing emergency refuge and services to asylum seekers is what's causing all our economic problems. Now let me talk about that for a second. Immigrants are not the problem. They are an asset. They're actually a solution to improve our economy. If you go to the neighborhood Aldi like I do, I see 3 people working there, and when I talk to the cashier, they say to me, "Congresswoman, get those work permits, we need workers." There are 11.5 million people ready to help fill almost 9 million open jobs right now. Those open jobs are disrupting the supply chain, and they're increasing inflation. These immigrants are ready to support the 245 million Americans, many of them living in our own communities, living in counties with shrinking populations. They're ready to invest in housing markets, and they're ready to grow our local economies. If you actually ask our people, what keeps you up at night? It's not being able to pay rent. What keeps people up at night is that they have to work 2 jobs just to raise 2 children. What keeps people up at night is that they can't afford the milk, they can't afford other things. Not an undocumented person. So let's talk about economy, because that's exactly what people want us to be able to address. Immigrants are ready to increase our national GDP by up to $1.7 trillion over the next decade. We should be working to address the root cause of this issue by ensuring their successful resettlement and integration instead of shaming them and then going back home and thanking God for family, community, and country. I ask my colleagues to reject this bill. Let's get to the real work of delivering work permits for all and establishing pathways to citizenship today and improve our economy. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Chairman, I would first remind the Democrats that illegal immigration is not a human right. It is a federal crime. Now, the national parks were set aside for the use and enjoyment of the American people. But President Biden is now expropriating these lands for the benefit of the 3 million illegal immigrants that he's deliberately released into our country. This bill would halt that abomination, and I wholeheartedly support it. But the misuse of our public lands is frankly the least of our problems. The impact this is having on social services, our schools, our hospitals, our homeless shelters, the safety of our neighborhoods, the security of our country, and the rule of law itself has been catastrophic. Elections have consequences. The American people need to decide whether they want this to continue or whether they will replace this president with one who's determined to recover not only our nation's lands, but our nation's sovereignty. I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, elections do have consequences. And one of the responsibility that elections provides to Congress, to the United States Congress and the House of Representatives, let me remind my colleagues that our broken immigration system is a problem only Congress can solve. We've seen what happens when Republicans try to solve this from the White House. The Trump administration set an unprecedented pace for executive action on immigration. These restrictive policies did not solve the crisis. Instead, they increased the backlog in immigration proceedings. separated children from their families, banned foreign nationals from predominantly Muslim countries, cut refugee numbers to the lowest in decades, among others. So this is on Congress to fix. Unfortunately, as long as Republicans refuse to support real substantive reform that is fair, humane, and equitable for all parties, then we will continue to see immigration-related crises of the makings of Congress, and in this particular instance, on the making of the House Majority Republican. And I reserve
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Westerman, for yielding. I rise today in support of this bill. In my district, which includes parts of the Tucson sector, we're currently seeing record levels of illegal crossings of over 15,000 per week. The administration's efforts to turn our national parks into shelters not only does not solve the problem or even addresses it, but it only further exacerbates and furthers the crisis, which is both one of national security and one of humanitarian consequences as well. Migrants are literally dying as they make their journey into the United States. Turning these national parks into shelters only encourages migrants to make this dangerous journey. As an immigrant myself, I can say this is no way to treat immigrants seeking asylum. The reality is the asylum system has been abused, and my state, along with every state in the country, is feeling the impact of this administration's failures. I support this bill as I cannot stand for migrants and asylum seekers being treated inhumanely, sheltered in national parks, while our local communities bear the burden of this administration's failures. Our CBP agents are undermanned, they're underserved and overwhelmed and unsupported. Our security is threatened, and migrants continue to be
Gentleman's
abused.
time has expired.
This is unacceptable, and we are better than this, Mr. Speaker, and this bill begins to address this crisis. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from
Thank you, Mr.
Arizona.
Chairman. It's interesting to hear my Republican counterparts wax eloquently about their concerns for our national parks during this debate. And they didn't say a word about the tremendous damage done to cultural resources by Trump's disastrous border wall along the southern border in Arizona, primarily in Arizona. They did not speak to that issue at all. In fact, now they want to condition aid to Ukraine and possibly Israel, key U.S. allies, on the construction of an even more miles of ineffective and destructive border wall. You know, it is one thing to have a debate about a basic philosophical difference and policy difference that we have in terms of immigration reform. It's another to use half-truths and disinformation and be disingenuous in presenting what is the reality. The reality on the border, in the southern border in Arizona, is serious. And I have not denied and will not deny that it is a crisis. But this is a crisis that must be done humanely and not by stereotyping, profiling people because of their country of origin as the reason that we make the harsh comments that are being heard today. Pandering is not the solution. A constructive, pragmatic immigration reform is what we need to do, and that's not being done, and this bill doesn't do it.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. LaLota.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of protecting our communities from failure to secure the Border Act of 2023. Since President Biden took office and Secretary Mayorkas took charge of the Homeland Security Department, the United States has seen 7.5 million encounters nationwide, 6.2 million encounters at the southwest border, and 1.7 million known gotaways who evaded U.S. Border Patrol. New York City is where many of these 1.7 million gotaways now live, and that's because of two policy choices: the administration's open border policy and New York's sanctuary city policies. And instead of changing his open border policies, President Biden has decided the way they're going to fix this mess is to lease federal land, national parks, to build tent cities? Are you kidding me? Mr. Speaker, this is not the solution. We also need to be disincentivizing sanctuary city policies, and I believe we should end federal funding for the purpose of aiding this crisis in those jurisdictions. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes in this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chair, can I get an update on the time?
Gentleman from Arkansas has 6 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Arizona has 4.5 minutes remaining.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We heard the argument today, and indeed for years now, that migrants crossing our border are the primary ones responsible for the tens of thousands of American lives tragically lost to fentanyl overdoses each year. A tragedy that we can all not only sympathize but want to do something desperately about. But that story is simply false. Fentanyl is overwhelmingly smuggled into the United States by American citizens, where it is then also consumed by American citizens. That's a fact. In 2021, more than 86% of convicted fentanyl traffickers were U.S. citizens. More than 90% of fentanyl seizures occur at legal crossing points and interior checkpoints, not illegal immigration routes, and just 0.02% of migrants arrested by Border Patrol are found to possess fentanyl. I'm inserting into the record a piece from the American Prospect exploring how customs loopholes allow smugglers to ship fentanyl and its precursor chemicals to the United States without inspection or law enforcement. U.S. citizens are providing both the supply and the demand for fentanyl and other illegal drugs. And the organized criminal syndicates on both sides of the borders are the ones profiting to billions and billions of dollars from the misery and deaths that fentanyl has caused. Instead of addressing these root causes that have led to the tragic opioid epidemic, Republicans want to lay the blame on migrants seeking a life in this great nation of ours, fleeing persecution, fleeing hatred and fear. That is another disinformation. And I think it's important to know that we're talking about an issue that with that bitter taste, that deadly taste was introduced to the American people by Big Pharma, nice homegrown American corporations that provide pharmaceuticals to this country. They introduced the habit to the country. Organized crime has taken it over, and American citizens are being hurt, and American citizens are hurting other citizens with that. And I reserve the balance.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5283, the Protecting Our Communities from Failure to Secure the Border Act of 2023. Mr. Chairman, these days every state is a border state, even New York State. Our national parks are treasures that should be enjoyed by the public, not used to house illegal immigrants. That is what the Biden administration wants to do, and we've already seen this unfolding on federal land in New York. Not only is this unsightly, but there are tremendous security concerns given the lack of oversight, and not to mention that this is a horrible misuse of taxpayer dollars, which should be used to enhance our federal lands for our citizens. Under this bill, President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas will no longer be able to use your tax dollars to shelter illegal immigrants who could be threats to our national security and personal safety. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona.
Reserve. Balance.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am a proud co-sponsor of H.R. 5283, Protecting Our Communities from Failure to Secure the Border Act. And I want to thank my fellow New Yorker, Congresswoman Mayorkas, for introducing this critical legislation. President Biden's border crisis has made every state a border state. Every city, a border city. Every county, a border county. As the crisis continues, we have seen migrants being housed in a facility at JFK Airport. And more recently, we have witnessed migrant shelters being erected at Floyd Bennett Field. The Floyd Bennett Field shelter will house hundreds and eventually thousands of migrants on land owned and operated by the National Park Service, a plan I continuously have been critical of. I am proud to be a former member of the NYPD, having spent well over a decade investigating crimes in the Big Apple. Floyd Bennett Field houses many critical components of the NYPD, and as the NYPD works to negotiate a new lease to stay on Floyd Bennett Field for years to come, the city is moving in thousands of migrants. This decision is both unwise and unsafe. We must find solutions to the migrant crisis, and the answer is securing our border. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas. Reserves. Gentleman from Arizona.
Gentleman reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller-Meeks.
Gentlelady from Iowa is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today in support of H.R. 5283 by Representative Mayorkas, the Protecting Our Communities from Failure to Secure Our Border Act of 2023. Our national parks should be used by our families for recreation. They should not be used as a cover-up for President Biden's failed border policies. Since President Biden took office, there have been over 6.4 million illegal crossings of our southern border, including 169 on the terror watch list. Yet instead of implementing more border security and reinstating the policies that worked, this administration is housing migrants in our schools and now in our national parks. Meanwhile, there are ICE facilities that are sitting empty, such as the Adelanto ICE processing facility in California. This 2,000-bed facility, which is already fully funded, has sat empty since April of 2020 due to a court injunction. We must be fully utilizing the ICE facilities we already have that are prepared to care for migrants versus burdening our communities that don't have the proper resources or facilities. I urge my colleagues to stop this lawlessness at our southern border and protect our national parks from becoming tent cities for illegal immigrants. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona.
Reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Also reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from the state of Washington, Mr. Newhouse.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration has failed to secure our border and has allowed historic levels of illegal migrant crossings. Now, they have decided to house migrants on America's public lands. This is simply unacceptable. Our national parks should serve as areas of recreation for Americans to enjoy. Instead, our lands are being used as a backup plan for housing migrants because of a failure to secure the border and a refusal to work with Congress to find common sense solutions. As chairman of the Western Caucus and as a member of the Homeland Security Subcommittee on Appropriations, I am proud to support this legislation to ensure America's public lands serve the American people, their interests, and to prevent the misuse of our national parks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona.
Reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher.
Gentleman from Idaho is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaker, our nation's security is at risk. This is due to the Biden administration's failure to secure our southern border. Since he took office, over 6.4 million illegal immigrants have entered our country from the south. 279, at least, are on the FBI's terrorist watch list, and that's just what we know of. Terrorists from across the world see our southern border as an easy way to enter the U.S. Lord only knows what other threats are coming into our country with bad intent. My home state of Idaho is comprised of over 62% federal land, so this is beyond just concerning to me. Idaho has also been gravely impacted by this border crisis despite its geographical separation from the South. I'm proud to support protecting our communities from failure to secure the Border Act of 2023. I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chair, I believe I have about as much time left as the Biden administration put into the permitting process on Floyd Bennett Field. I'm prepared to close and reserve that time.
Gentleman reserves and is prepared to close. gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In closing a debate on a piece of legislation that is not really the intent of the legislation, the intent of this legislation is to begin to continue to develop the narrative, anti-immigrant, xenophobic rhetoric that the Republican majority feels is going to be their pathway to electoral success in 2024. I think the American people are going to be able to see that if you want to talk about our national parks and the public use as being the priority, Democrats are prepared to work with the Republican majority to protect them and to enhance those resources. If we're going to talk about immigration, and we're going to talk in an atmosphere where the dog whistles don't become barks on this issue, Democrats are prepared to do that. We're prepared to sit down and look at the aspects of legalization, security, and fighting the syndicated crime that is causing much hurt in this country and in Mexico. We're prepared to do that. But we're not prepared to deal with this issue as a ruse, as a stunt, as a political performative act leading to 2024. If we're serious about immigration reform, if we're serious about protecting our public lands and waters, we're serious about it too. But these political stunts, I urge all members of the House to vote no on this legislation, and I yield back the remainder.
The gentleman from Arizona yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, again, I encourage my colleagues to support H.R. 5283, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-15 shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of House Report 118-280. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in Part A of House Report 118-280. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-280, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 891, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
$451 billion, Mr. Chairman. That's the cost to the American taxpayer of caring for illegals who broke our laws and unlawfully entered our country. My amendment simply requires the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture to jointly submit an annual report, just a report, to Congress that includes the number of aliens that have been provided housing on federally managed lands and information regarding such aliens' countries of origin. This will be critical data, Mr. Chairman, and this amendment should have bipartisan support. This administration is extending an open invitation for foreign nationals to invade our country and undermine the sovereignty of the United States. And as a reward, they're going to have their housing, education, and every cost taken care of. And if these illegal aliens need a trip to the hospital, they don't need to meet a deductible because the American taxpayer pays for it. Between 16.8 million and 29 million illegals currently reside in the United States, an incentive for more to come freely. 341,000 apprehensions at U.S. borders north and southwest were made in September. That's 1 month. Setting an all-time record, 309,000 apprehensions were calculated in October. Mr. Chairman, this has to stop. We are a sovereign nation. We have a right to manage our lands. We have a right to say no. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I ask for unanimous consent to claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized. For 5
Thank
minutes.
you. This amendment is, frankly, completely unnecessary. It would require preparation and submission of an annual report in perpetuity regarding the migrants housed on certain public lands. Yet the underlying bill would essentially ban any such housing. It's a permanent requirement for reporting on nothing paid for by the taxpayer. You know, over the years, I've heard plenty of skepticism from my Republican colleagues about some of the reports that Congress requires of the executive branch. Usually, though, I can at least see the argument for those other reports. But I have to say it's interesting to see my Republican colleagues in favor of this one. That said, I don't think this amendment is worth fighting over either. Having these reports would not be useful, but it would not be actively harmful either. I only hope that House Republicans will change their minds about slashing the budgets of these departments and will instead give federal workers the funding they need to carry out their missions, which will now also include generating these annual reports. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you, and you know, I acknowledge my colleague's comment regarding laws, that this bill, if passed, would essentially ban folks from being housed on federal lands. It should also be noted that there are laws on the books that require our border to be secure, and yet this administration ignores those laws. This amendment requires accountability to the aforementioned. Mr. Chairman, I yield time to the chairman.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the gentleman for yielding. I rise in support of this common sense amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. This good amendment will provide transparency and hold the Biden administration accountable for their ongoing failure to secure the southern border. Now, it is unfortunate that this amendment is necessary, but the Biden administration has refused repeated requests from the committee over the past several months to produce documentation regarding the exact number of illegal immigrants housed on our federal lands. We must ensure that our federal lands, which have been specifically set aside for the enjoyment and benefit of the American people, are not used to bail out the Biden administration from their man-made crisis and emergency and their unwillingness to secure our southern border. The Biden administration has allowed millions of illegal immigrants to flood into our country, staggering figures that have strained communities from our border all the way to New York City. As Republicans continue to push for border security measures, it is vital that we ensure that our federal lands are not being co-opted as housing for massive floods of illegal immigrants. This amendment and the underlying bill will ensure that our federal lands are not misused. Again, I thank the gentleman from Tennessee for offering this thoughtful amendment. I encourage my colleagues to join me in support, and I yield back to the gentleman from Tennessee.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, in our view, this amendment is unnecessary, but it is not actively harmful either. I hope we can move on. I hope that everybody's satisfied. They got their little clips done in terms of being strong, hard, anti-immigrant people, and got those little sound bites done already. And I think it's time that we move on, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, part of this bill, what we're trying to accomplish is securing our border, securing our country, and there's hard-earned dollars, taxpayer dollars, being sent to house illegals. In New York alone, Mayor Adams has said that housing illegals could cost up to $12 billion. That's $12 billion that could be used towards children in need, to educate our children who are underperforming in school. This is $12 billion that the city of New York could use for our veterans. We have to prioritize Americans. We have to prioritize the security of our border.
I was in Tucson in August, and I was in an area that was even then, controlled by the cartel. And now we hear, because of the war, the shooting, the lawlessness in that very sector, that the Border Patrol has had to pull back. There's a war going on at our southern border, and it could be stopped, Mr. Chairman. It's time to close, to secure our border. You have women and children that are being raped daily at our southern border, and this administration is doing nothing about it. I have had enough. All of this amendment does is require a report. It requires accountability. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge adoption, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Thank you. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-280. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-280, offered by Ms. Velasquez of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 891, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of my amendment, which will allow the Secretary of the Interior to provide housing when states sending asylum seekers to New York City fail to meet certain conditions. Today, there are over 65,900 asylum seekers currently in the care of the city. To respond to this influx, our city has opened 213 sites, including 18 large-scale humanitarian relief centers. A guiding principle of New York City's response has been that people fleeing violence and persecution deserve a functioning asylum and refugee resettlement system in this country. To my colleagues who are intent on labeling these people illegal, I ask, do they not have the legal right to seek asylum enshrined under the Geneva Refugee Convention and U.S. law? Asylum seekers are human beings who have fled disaster, conflict, and persecution to come to the United States for a better life. They deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. They should not be used as pawns in cruel political stunts. Politicians from states like Texas and Florida have bused asylum seekers to New York to get on cable news. These buses are often sent with little to no communication from officials in those states. Tens of thousands of migrants have been sent to New York from various originating states, no matter if they wanted to come or not. They may not have a clue about the conditions they will find in New York or the resources available to them. And now, as temperatures fall below freezing, there are lines of asylum seekers waiting outside of centers because they have reached their 30-day limit at city-run shelters. They have nowhere else to go. But here we are, debating a bill that will close Floyd Bennett Field. My amendment will ensure that asylum seekers, not illegal aliens, asylum seekers, who are bused from state to state without support, scant information, and not other options, can access the resources they deserve. Specifically, my amendment allows the Interior Secretary to authorize the use of land control by the National Park Service for the purpose of housing migrants when a state fails to provide 48 hours notice to the receiving state or provide truthful information to the migrants about where they are being transported to, or provide the opportunity to refuse the busing. We have heard hundreds of migrant stories of not knowing where they are being sent. We cannot allow this practice to continue without consequences. My amendment will help create an accountability system for the states that decide to deceptively bus migrants to other states like New York. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, the sponsor of this amendment asked the question, do these individuals have a legal right to apply for asylum? The question is yes, but the thing is they're supposed to be applying from the next safe country. We have over 120 countries represented at our southern border. We are only bordered by 2. Therefore, they're not following the process and are coming illegally. Number 3, I'd like to point out that the cartels are the ones benefiting from the current process as it is. I hope the other side understands that these individuals, every single one of them, are paying the cartels thousands of dollars to be trafficked into the United States, which is then, that money is used to continue to pump fentanyl into the United States, killing Americans. So let's stop bankrolling the drug cartels who are profiting over this human trafficking. Next, I'd also like to point out that this process is not safe for anyone, not the migrants either. And that is why I don't understand why my colleagues want to continue to encourage people, instead of applying from the next safe country, to take this treacherous journey at the hands of the drug cartels. We know that there are 14 people, by the way, my colleague Tony Gonzalez just told me, he represents Eagle Pass. 14 individuals drowned this Thanksgiving weekend alone in Eagle Pass. We have the Doctors Without Borders report that says hundreds of people just in Panama in 1 month were raped, women and children. We know that that is a common occurrence. So why are we encouraging people to take that treacherous journey instead of applying from the next safe country? Lastly, Floyd Bennett Field. It was mentioned that it was an unsafe as part of the lawsuit, mentioned in the lawsuit by the councilwoman of which I'm a party of that lawsuit. But look, it floods. There was no NEPA process. All of a sudden, my colleagues on the other side don't want to conduct full, thorough NEPA environmental impact statement as required by law. Why did they surpass that? If they didn't surpass it, they would know that it's flood zone, it's unsafe for people to be living there. I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Chairman Westerman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank the gentlelady. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from New York. This goes from a bad situation we've got now. If this amendment were adopted, it would actually make this bill probably worse than where we are as the status quo, as it would require the Secretary of Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture to provide housing when the states couldn't provide the housing. So states who've declared themselves sanctuaries like New York could just say, we're not providing housing, it's back on to the Secretary and the Secretaries of Agriculture and the Secretary of Interior to provide the housing, which would probably result in more migrant shelters on federal lands. So our federal lands were not designed or intended to encamp migrants, especially not our national parks. Again, the mission of the Park Service is to conserve these areas, quote, in such a manner and by such a means as will leave them unimpaired for the enjoyment of future generations. Nothing about constructing cities, tent cities for illegal migrants protects this land for the enjoyment of current or future generations. The mission of the National Park Service also specifies conserving unimpaired the natural and cultural resources and values of the national park system. Nothing about constructing tent cities for illegal immigrants conserves the natural and cultural resources of Floyd Bennett Field or the Gateway National Recreation Area. I'll also point out that this amendment cannot be implemented in a practical manner. It creates a complex verification system based on subjective standards for which the Secretaries of the Interior and Agriculture have no expertise. This amendment would entangle these agencies further into our immigration debacle rather than acknowledging they should never have been included in this debate in the first place. Again, I strongly oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Is there any time left?
The gentleman yields 30 seconds. Please go ahead.
30 seconds. Well, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. The bottom line here is that we need to secure the border. We passed H.R. 2. This can stem this unsustainable flow. Unfortunately, a lot of the colleagues on the other side of the aisle voted against H.R. 2, but that is the real solution. We need to secure our border. Let's revert to the policies that were working previous to Joe Biden dismantling our border and making it open. It is unsafe and unsustainable for both American citizens as well as the individuals who are taking a treacherous journey, the hands of the drug cartels, and profiting off of this human trafficking. Our government should not allow it to continue, and I yield back. I reserve my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized. Did I say it right?
He wants to.
Okay.
The gentleman.
Gentleman from
the
Arizona.
ranking.
Thank you. I rise in support of this amendment. This amendment draws attention to the dubious and deceptive strategy of placing migrants on buses under false pretenses without any coordination or even a courtesy call. Both Governor Abbott and Governor DeSantis have demonstrated that they are more interested in ginning up the MAGA base on Twitter than finding meaningful solutions to the challenges facing our immigration system, the refugee crisis both nationally and particularly in their state. Migrants are people, not political pawns. We can have disagreements over immigration policy. That is fair game. However, the dehumanizing games and political stunts need to stop. I associate myself with the remarks of the gentlewoman from New York, sponsor of the amendment, and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. So the question is on the amendment offered by gentleman from Arkansas, gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman.
The amendment is not agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
Yeas and nays are requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York will be postponed. What purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas to seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move the committee now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 5283, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that committee has had under consideration H.R. 5283 and has come to no resolution thereon.
You have anything?
The Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. The Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as the conversation has been, we know that border security actually is national security. President Biden's open border policies have incentivized historic surge in illegal immigration at our southern and northern borders, and the impact we're seeing lately on our national parks. Since taking office, there's been over 6.4 million illegal crossings of our southern border and 1.7 million known getaways who evaded U.S. Border Patrol. Every state is now a border state. Every town is now a border town. Democrats are using the national parks to house illegal immigrants. Think how absurd that is, which will only further encourage this crisis. Republicans and Democrats alike have condemned now Biden's border crisis. We must stop incentivizing further waves of illegal immigrants by providing them with free housing. And again, the latest scheme being housing them in our national parks. We will continue to fight to secure our border and eliminate the financial burden these illegal immigrants are putting on American taxpayers and our towns. That's why we passed earlier this year H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act, which is the strongest border security package in American history. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My region just lost an extraordinary woman, Zin Dwelly, after her lengthy battle with cancer. Zin was so many things to so many people. She was an outstanding chef who treated so many people to amazing meals, who published cookbooks, and took immense joy in feeding people. She was an inspiration, someone with a powerful immigrant story who loved America mightily. In fact, one of my favorite moments in this job was gifting her a flag that was flown over the United States Capitol in her honor, and she was just so proud. She was a community icon who supported local people and local causes with a generous heart and a warm smile. But perhaps most importantly, she was a friend to so many. She was kind and caring. She treated me and others like family. She would give a long, loving smile and say, "I want to cook for you." I last saw Zin in August and feel lucky to have been able to celebrate and appreciate her. Mr. Speaker, please join me in offering condolences to Zin's family and to all who loved her. She will be missed by so many. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentlewoman from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's my honor to rise today as co-chair of the Bipartisan Rural Health Caucus to commence hosting this special order hour in celebration of National Rural Health Month. Every year, National Rural Health Month is a time for us all to bring attention to the unique healthcare needs in rural America and honor the incredible efforts of rural healthcare providers, organizations, and other stakeholders. It has been more than a decade since Congress last had a bipartisan coalition focused on promoting and advancing healthcare solutions for our nation's rural and remote communities. Sadly, during that time, the prognosis and progress has only gotten worse for those who live in rural America. The health and wellness of our people has not improved. Especially given the divisions in our country and in Congress today, we need to find more ways that we can come together around common issues and common ground and develop solutions that ensure rural Americans do not get left behind. That is one of the reasons why earlier this year I relaunched the Bipartisan Rural Health Caucus with my distinguished colleague from the great state of Tennessee, Diana Harshbarger. Earlier this year, we came together with a shared desire for Congress to play a more active role in improving and promoting life and access to health care in rural America. Today, nearly 50 members of Congress, Republicans and Democrats, have joined the Bipartisan Rural Health Caucus, representing rural areas across the country, from Guam to West Virginia, to the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, down to Central Texas. Whether political, demographic, or geographic, the diversity of our caucus is our strength because rural America is America. At this time, I'd like to yield to my distinguished co-chair, Diana Harshbarger.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Rural Health Month and to highlight the work of the Congressional Bipartisan Rural Health Caucus, which I am proud to co-sponsor with my colleague, Representative Takuda of Hawaii. Over 60 million hardworking, everyday Americans live in rural communities throughout the United States. And as my co-chair, Rep. Takuda, is fond of citing, with nearly 97% of our nation being designated as rural. Compared to their counterparts living in urban and suburban areas, rural Americans experience lower life expectancy, poorer health status, and more difficulty accessing quality and affordable health care. Rural patients face these challenges due to a limited number of rural health care providers and professionals, higher rates of uninsurance and underinsurance, and long journeys to care providers, sometimes lacking transportation entirely. Having served as a community pharmacist in East Tennessee, which is a rural area, for over 30 years, I understand the unique health care challenges and obstacles faced by our patients and health care providers each and every day. It's crucial that Congress takes actions to address the issues that rural health care providers grapple with, such as workforce shortages, supply scarcities, reimbursement challenges, limited access to telehealth, and difficulties ensuring their patients receive the care they need. The Congressional Bipartisan Rural Health Caucus is here to provide a forum for members of Congress to advocate for legislative action that will help increase access to quality, affordable health care and mental health services for all rural Americans. As co-chair, I will continue my work to advocate for legislation and policies that will ensure long-term sustainability of rural communities. Earlier this year, I introduced the Bipartisan Rural Physician Workforce Production Act, which improves Medicare reimbursements and enhances the current structure of the Medicare-funded graduate medical education program, bringing more medical residents and doctors to rural areas in need. I also work with my fellow colleagues from the Tennessee delegation to introduce the Rural American Health Corps Act, which would provide incentives for healthcare professionals to work in rural health facilities in exchange for forgiving medical student loans. In addition to these bills, I'm a proud co-sponsor of the Save Rural Hospitals Act, a bipartisan legislation that will aid in curbing hospital closures in rural communities by ensuring fairness in Medicare hospital payments. This legislative work is absolutely critical and complements House Resolution 870, which I introduced with the majority of the members of the Rural Health Caucus to support the goals and ideals of National Rural Health Day. National Rural Health Day, the third Thursday of each November, was established to honor rural communities and the contributions and efforts of rural health care providers to address the unique challenges faced by the patients they serve. Given the aforementioned healthcare disparities faced by rural Americans and the continued difficulty experienced by rural healthcare providers in keeping their doors open, it's vital that Congress prioritizes improved patient care and access in rural areas. Our rural healthcare professionals and patients showcase a selfless and community-minded spirit, and it is altogether fitting and proper that we celebrate rural healthcare providers and the millions of Americans that rural healthcare providers serve and express a commitment to advancing policy to improve healthcare accessibility and affordability in rural areas in our country. Mr. Speaker, I thank Representative Takuda and my colleagues for joining in this cause, and I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and mahalo to my co-chair, Representative Harshbarger, for providing leadership and insight for many, many years on this particular area and serving on the front line as a pharmacist in her own community. At this time, I would like to yield the floor to Representative Kilmer from Washington.
Thank you. I thank my colleague for yielding. Speaker, 49 years ago in Port Angeles, Washington, I was born in what was then called Olympic Memorial Hospital. Over the years, members of my family and I received good quality care from what is now known as Olympic Medical Center and its well-trained physicians and nurses, and from a staff that genuinely cares about the community. But the future of health care in rural communities faces extraordinary challenges that threaten the ability of folks to access the care that they need and that they deserve. Unfortunately, the reality for many Americans in rural areas when it comes to health care is a story of gaps and barriers. And this isn't just a problem for the Olympic Peninsula. Rural populations often bear the brunt of healthcare disparities. They're usually older, have less income, and often have complex health issues. These factors burden rural hospitals, many of which are already buckling under pressure. In fact, today, the rural hospital closure crisis threatens more than 400 rural hospitals nationwide with imminent closure. For folks on the Olympic Peninsula, quality care should be readily accessible, not a service only available in the shadow of the Space Needle. No matter who you are or where you're from, you ought to be able to find quality, affordable medical care close to home. This rural-urban healthcare divide is a crisis that demands attention from Congress. An important piece of the puzzle is addressing the site-neutral payment policy, which has significantly impacted rural hospitals, like Olympic Medical Center. This policy, originally intended to equalize payment rates between hospitals and outpatient clinics, often disadvantages rural hospitals, which rely on higher reimbursement rates to maintain operations and provide essential services. By advocating for an exemption for rural sole community hospitals from this policy, we can ensure these vital institutions receive adequate funding. In addition, in July, I introduced a bipartisan bill known as the Rural Hospital Technical Assistance Program. This bipartisan effort would provide targeted, in-depth technical assistance to vulnerable rural hospitals and communities struggling to maintain healthcare services. That means helping to prevent closures, strengthening essential healthcare services in rural communities, and improving financial and operational performance. Our bill seeks to alleviate the strain felt by many rural providers by authorizing new federal funding to support improvements to these crucial facilities, aiming to ensure that everyone, regardless of where they live, can stay just as healthy as someone living in a big city. Consider the hypothetical but very real situation of an older patient with cancer in Port Townsend who receives chemotherapy multiple times a week at Jefferson Healthcare, or the pregnant mother in Elma receiving prenatal and obstetric care at Summit Pacific Medical Center. Without strong rural hospitals, these patients and others may face a long and burdensome commute to an urban hospital or go without care entirely. The Rural Hospital Technical Assistance Program aims to mitigate these very real scenarios and keep facilities open and thriving, ensuring that everyone can access medical care near home. Our bill is important in bridging the gap of healthcare disparities that we see every day. It aims to prevent the unfortunate and unnecessary closure of rural hospitals and to ensure that folks in rural communities receive the care that they need and that they deserve without the necessity of long-distance travel or facing financial ruin. It isn't just about keeping open facilities like Olympic Medical Center in Port Angeles or Peninsula Community Health Services in Kitsap, Mason, and rural Pierce counties. It's about keeping people healthy, employed with good-paying jobs, and improving care in rural areas where the need is most critical. The Rural Hospital Technical Assistance Program is a commitment to equity, a promise of access, and a crucial step toward ensuring that going forward, quality health care isn't a privilege confined to big cities. We deserve a future where care is not constrained by geography, but is easily affordable and accessible for all. And again, I thank my colleague for organizing this special order, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to yield the floor to Representative LaMalfa from California.
Thank you to my colleague and friend from Hawaii. I'd like to chime in as well on this issue with the importance of improving, expanding rural health and the challenge it really is in our most rural areas of our country. In my own Northern California district, we have several high country hospitals are out on their own pretty much. And so the connectivity that we need to have for them and the challenges on, some level of equality on reimbursements is extremely important. So I'd be happy to join up with your effort, Rep. Takuda, on your caucus there. So indeed, as we expand and get more and more telehealth opportunities, as well as something that's worked pretty well for us in our district has been teaching health centers, getting young folks as students and as maybe young doctors to want to work in our communities here as well. It just helps expand the opportunities for people that do live in these rural areas and don't have nearly the choices. That's part of the cost, I guess, of living in a rural area. But we've done a lot of good work with the USDA, expanding fiber optic, getting more and more connectivity, and we need to keep doing that in order to be more successful for rural America. So I appreciate this effort and the bipartisan effort it is, and I yield back.
Mahalo, Representative LaMalfa, and I will say a great deal of gratitude for helping to guide us through a crisis that is hitting rural America far too often, natural disasters as we are seeing it, and look forward to also now working with you to make sure that when disaster strikes, our healthcare system providers will be there to support them every step of the way. Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to yield the floor to my agriculture chair, actually, Representative Thompson from the great state of Pennsylvania. He often says food is medicine, and so appreciate his guidance and wisdom on this particular issue.
Well, Madam Chair, thank you so much. Thanks for your leadership with this bipartisan Rural Health Caucus. Incredibly important, really defines my life prior to coming to Congress here 15 years ago. I spent 28 years working in rural health care, nonprofit community health care, therapist, rehab services manager, manager within rural hospitals, licensed nursing home administrator, and witnessing firsthand the challenges that individuals that live in rural America, rural communities face when it comes to health care. Acutely aware of the challenges many face when it comes to obtaining reasonably priced health care. And it's especially critical for rural areas like much of the 15th Congressional District of Pennsylvania that I have the privilege of serving today. And as a member of Congress representing nearly 1/3 of the landmass of Pennsylvania, one of the most rural districts east of the Mississippi, I'm keenly aware of the problems my constituents face when accessing medical services. I always say that when I see rural hospitals in dire challenges, and we're struggling with some of that right now in my district, that the end result results in a commute that can mean the difference between life and death, to be able to get the services they need within the time frame that's required. I saw that firsthand, additionally, as quite frankly, as a volunteer firefighter, emergency medical technician for several decades. And the importance of being able to get from that accident scene or from their home to a healthcare setting, a hospital setting, on a timely manner, especially those who eventually would require some type of surgery. We talk about the golden hour. It's not an hour in many parts of rural America. So we're facing a healthcare crisis in our nation's rural areas. These often disadvantaged populations are still struggling to access affordable and quality care. Many remain uninsured, most are underinsured. However, access to quality care remains the largest challenge. And even if it's not the bricks and mortar, and we've seen so many of those close over the past 15 years, but it's the talent, the skill, the expertise within that bricks and mortar, the physicians, the nurses, the technicians. It's a difficult, as someone who used to participate in recruiting this talent into our rural hospitals, it's very challenging to get that, to be able to be successful with that. That's why I'm a big fan of telemedicine. And really excited about the advances that we've made in telemedicine over the past decade or so. More that needs to be done. Even when people gain access to health insurance, it does not equal access to health care. Rural hospitals across the country are closing, leaving patients without access to the emergency rooms and long-term care facilities. Quite frankly, where they're not closing, they're always struggling for staff. And if you don't have access to qualified health care professionals, I don't care how we pay for health care, what kind of shiny package, what ribbon we put on it, there is no access to health care without those qualified, highly skilled providers. And so I'm proud to work with you as a part of this caucus, proud to be a founding member of the Rural Health Caucus, proud to work with you as a great member of the House Agriculture Committee, where under the Rural Rural Development title, we support facilities like nursing homes and rehabilitation centers and hospitals, and provide community reasonable funding to be able to address that need. So this is a problem. It's a multidimensional problem that requires a multidimensional solutions. I think that the formation of this caucus is one of the first best starts to address this. So this bipartisan group will bring awareness to these unique challenges to other members and actively work to find solutions to these problems. Thank you so much for yielding the time, Madam Chair, and and I yield back my time.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, we have strong leadership across this great country that's making sure that the health and wellness of rural America is taken care of. And so appreciative of all the members of our caucus that have stepped forward and stepped up, not just now, but in so many years past, and will definitely be part of that leadership team going forward. At this time, it looks like it's a great day for the great state of Pennsylvania. I would like to yield my time to Representative Susan Wild.
Thank you very much, and I thank the co-chairs of this caucus for forming the Rural Health Caucus, something that is long overdue and very much needed. Mr. Speaker, this Rural Health Month, I am thrilled to join my colleagues in the bipartisan Rural Health Caucus to advocate for quality, affordable health care in every community. Our neighbors living in rural areas face unique health challenges, a substantial one of those being medical personnel shortages. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, 26% of residents live in federally designated health professional shortage areas, meaning that nearly 1/3 of Pennsylvanians live in an area without sufficient medical personnel. Now, I don't know the last time you went to Pennsylvania, but it's a big state. And if you're in a part of the state that doesn't have a lot of healthcare professionals, you're looking at long drives before you can get to a doctor or hospital. Preventive care is critical to overall health and well-being, and access to preventive care relies upon having an adequate number of medical professionals. And having an adequate number of medical professionals relies upon not being penalized for serving as a teaching hospital. So it's unbelievable to me that this is a problem that Pennsylvania rural hospitals are facing. That's why I partnered with Representative Muser to introduce the bipartisan Fairness for Rural Teaching Hospitals Act. This bill would allow rural hospitals, including St. Luke's Easton Campus in my district and St. Luke's Miners Memorial Hospital, a stone's throw away, to receive fair reimbursements from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. This legislation is critical for allowing our rural hospitals to attract, train, and retain talented healthcare professionals to our communities. I firmly believe that access to high-quality, affordable healthcare should not depend on your zip code, and this bill is a step toward making that a reality. I am so proud to join my colleagues in the bipartisan Rural Health Caucus to find ways to ensure that Americans in every corner of our nation have access to the care and resources they deserve, and I will keep up the work until that mission is fulfilled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the sad reality is that if you're living in rural America, you are more likely to experience lower health expectations, lower health quality, lower life expectancy, simply because of your ability to access health care that you need. I've sat with constituents in my community of Waianae who have asked me if it was fair that people that live right down the road in urban Honolulu live 10 years longer than they do. While at times it may seem that they may require more medical attention and care, rural Americans often have limited access to health care because of such things as you've heard of today: physician shortages, lack of reliable and affordable transportation options, insufficient health insurance coverage, and an increased exposure to environmental and occupational hazards. As the representative in Congress for one of the most rural and remote districts in the country, I know that many of my constituents are often just one diagnosis away from a serious illness, and that the difficult financial and family decisions that often come with this. Across the country, more than 60 million Americans, about 1 in 5 Americans, live in rural areas. And while they make up just 18% of the total U.S. population, they are scattered, as we have heard, across 97% of our country's land area. Rural Americans face numerous health disparities as compared with their urban counterparts. Rural Americans are more likely to die from heart disease, cancer, unintentional injury, chronic lower respiratory disease, and stroke as compared to their urban counterparts. Unintentional injury or death, and you heard Representative Thompson talk a little bit about this in the golden hour, they're more likely by 50% higher rates to die in rural areas as compared to urban areas, often because of their ability to access emergency care when involved in a motor vehicle crash or opioid overdoses. There are so many stats that we can continue to go on and talk, but I would like to have us hear from another part of our great country and our rural caucus, that of the great state of North Carolina. At this time, Mr. Speaker, if you will, I would like to yield the floor to Representative Dawn Davis, another distinguished member of our Rural Health Caucus.
Mr. Speaker, and to our co-chairs, thank you. I rise on behalf of Eastern North Carolina to address my highest legislative priority, improving access to health care in rural America. In honor of National Rural Health Month, I join my colleagues here to speak about how we can find common sense, bipartisan solutions to the most pressing challenges facing our healthcare system. Since taking office in January, healthcare has been my #1 legislative priority, having led, co-led, or co-sponsored more than 60 bills in this space. As we are here today, the people of Eastern North Carolina are hurting, and at the root of this pain is a lack of access to health care. To tackle these health disparities, I joined 2 colleagues in restarting the State Medicaid Expansion Caucus to demonstrate the overwhelming public support for basic access to health care. After more than a decade of waiting, or in some cases, dying, over 95,000 Eastern North Carolinians will gain access to life-saving health care starting this Friday, December the 1st. As a co-chair of the State Medicaid Expansion Caucus, I will continue leading the charge in Congress to expand Medicaid across the country. Beyond Medicaid expansion, I've championed the cause of rural hospitals. In the past decade, 4 rural hospitals in Eastern North Carolina stopped operations, creating significant barriers to life-saving medical care. Martin General is the most recent example of suspending operations in the East. While we have limited tools at our disposal, especially in communities where the payer mix skews towards Medicare and Medicaid, the Rural Emergency Hospital Designation Authority is a critical part of the solution. As Eastern North Carolinians grapple with limited access to care, the opioid epidemic continues to plague the region. To combat this crisis, I introduced bipartisan legislation with Congressman John Rutherford to stem the flow of counterfeit substances, including fentanyl, that have flooded the drug market. H.R. 4988, the Modern the Pharmaceuticals Act will come down hard on counterfeit controlled substances by requiring on-dose identifiers to guarantee the legitimacy of pharmaceuticals. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and put a dent in the fentanyl crisis. While Eastern North Carolinians and Americans across the country suffer from opioid addiction, patients recovering from injuries face their own barriers to treatment. To ensure our most vulnerable patients get the care they require and deserve, I will soon introduce legislation to cut red tape for physical and occupational therapists, streamlining the delivery of care for patients recovering from debilitating injuries. If passed, the legislation would ease the burdensome plan of care requirements that currently prevent payment for physical therapy services until the therapy provider receives a physician-signed plan of care within 30 days of a first evaluation. No patient should ever have to wait unnecessarily for vital health care services, including outpatient services. As a member of the bipartisan Rural Health Care Caucus, you can count on me to champion the causes of patients, healthcare workers, and providers alike. We all have a responsibility in the greatest nation on earth to deliver a standard of healthcare befitting this greatness. Thank you, and I yield back.
Anyone else here? No one else here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, as you can hear from across our country, we have strong leadership in rural health, much action to be taken, and much opportunities that we need to make sure that we seize. Now, we've talked a lot about rural America from California to Pennsylvania to North Carolina. I'd like to bring us back now to Hawaii. It is the most isolated archipelago in the world, with the nearest landmass over 2,300 miles away. And I can tell you it's a long distance, given that I travel it pretty much every weekend, crossing that great, beautiful blue Pacific Ocean. In my district, which represents all of the islands in Hawaii, on our neighbor islands, patients often have to fly to Oahu, our main island with Honolulu, to get emergency or even very routine medical or dental or mental health care, while many Oahu-based providers often spend their weekends, if they can even reach there, given availability of air transportation, traveling back and forth between our islands just to try to make sure our patients get the medication, services that they need to survive. Now, I know a lot of people are thinking, well, we've got telehealth now. That should be no problem. Again, consider the remoteness of our islands and the remoteness of so many of our rural communities. Broadband speed and access is not equal everywhere across this great country and our territories. So oftentimes, people are just asking folks to pick up a phone to be able to triage and immediately start to provide care and scripts in many cases that people need because they're living in isolated and remote parts of rural America. As in many other parts of this country, in Hawaii, we are seeing providers, hospitals, clinics struggle to keep their doors open because of high operating costs and insufficient reimbursement rates. Since 2010, and it was alluded to earlier in this discussion, 155 rural hospitals have closed their doors, making the difficult decision to leave their patients behind. Often these patients aren't just patients, these are family members, neighbors, and friends with limited health care options and access. We know that for so many of these individuals, those hospitals, those providers closing their doors, it's a life sentence. Now, you'd think after these last, 15 or so years, are we out of the woods? Well, think again. Over 40% of all rural hospitals are operating with negative margins and are vulnerable to closure. This is on top of the fact that rural communities often have fewer healthcare providers. Over 50% of rural communities and counties have no access to hospital-based maternal care. So that means just being able to go somewhere to be able to have your child safely. And 70% are lacking even a single psychiatrist in their county. Just looking at the stats, when we think about it, just basic physicians, general internists, doctors. In rural communities, you have 13.1 physicians per 10,000 people as compared to 31.2 in urban areas, less than half the amount that urban America is able to enjoy. And when we're talking about specialist care, which if we think of our own situations, how often you'd need that specialist or a loved one has needed a specialist to provide life-saving care for them, rural America has 30 specialists per 100,000 individuals, as compared to 263 specialists per 100,000 people. We can see the disparity. Sadly, we can see the great need that exists in rural America right now. Now, high costs also are proven to be a significant barrier, whether it is providing housing for recruiting, retaining healthcare workers in our state, to cover medical transport via medevac, airplane, or helicopter, considering even the wages of professionals. But these are all things, as you have heard today, that we have legislative bills that we are trying to focus on making sure that these barriers no longer exist, reducing, again, the challenges to accessing healthcare in rural America. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would like to, we will soon hear from another great state in this particular country who will be arriving shortly. So let me at this particular time, again, take this back to my hometown of Hawaii. As I mentioned a little earlier when Representative Lamalfa came up, we have seen such devastation in my district with the Maui fires. And the response in the wake of this disaster has really highlighted to us the importance of making sure you have a strong and robust healthcare system, from health critical access care, personnel, medical countermeasures, and supplies. You have to have them ready and on site, because in so many cases, our rural communities, whether you live on islands or there are hundreds of thousands of miles that separate you from the nearest access point, help can often be days away. On the onset of our fires, I remember our chief of police telling us that we have often been told, and sadly now we see it, that if we are in a crisis, we are 72 hours away from help. And so we have to make sure, especially when it comes to critical access care and health care, that we have the supplies and personnel in all of our communities to be able to help respond to disaster when she strikes. My district also has one of the most unique, racially and ethnically unique populations in the country. And these communities often experience, sadly, some of the highest health care costs and suffer from some of the highest health disparities that we see across the country. Mr. Speaker, now again, the wonderful aspect of this caucus, it is both bipartisan and represents all of America. So at this time, I would like to yield the floor to Representative Bergman from Michigan.
You know, it's so interesting to walk in and wonder if you've walked into the middle of something. Thank you, Madam, and I appreciate the gentlewoman for yielding. And I'm honored to join my colleagues today in highlighting the accomplishments and the ongoing challenges facing high-quality health care access in rural and remote parts of our country. And believe me, it covers a lot of our geography. Healthcare providers in areas like Michigan's 1st District face unique struggles in maintaining financial stability while providing the best possible care. Struggles unlike anything facing those in urban or suburban regions. As a result, we have seen a significant increase in rural clinic and hospital closures over the past decade, and many of those still operating today are doing so at the razor's edge. A single provider closing their doors could result in patients having to travel hundreds of miles farther to receive any kind of care. While the situation remains serious, we have seen promising improvements for rural health, especially when it comes to telemedicine. The pandemic underscored the need for and the efficacy of telehealth, especially for those in rural areas who would otherwise be forced to travel multiple hours just to receive a routine checkup or consult with their doctor. Congress must act to permanently extend pandemic telehealth flexibilities, help providers and their patients get the tools they need to utilize telemedicine, and continue to reduce government-imposed barriers. I also want to highlight the importance of the 340B drug pricing program, which provides discounted pharmaceutical products to providers that care for a disproportionate share of uninsured and at-risk patients. In my district alone, we have 20 340B hospitals helping care for our most vulnerable patient populations. These hospitals provide the best care available. The 340B program has been a critical component of health care for so many Michiganders since its inception, and I hope to continue working with my colleagues to ensure its lasting success, especially as the program faces new challenges that threaten its integrity. I know our rural and remote providers will continue to do everything in their power to provide top-of-the-line care to their patients, and in turn, Congress must continue to address rural health priorities and remove the barriers to their success. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you've heard today, so many tales of tragedy, of disparity across our country in rural America, but also through the legislation, bills, and advocacy that we have seen from our Rural Health Caucus members, so many opportunities for us to do good by rural of America. You know, as I close today and appreciate all of our members that have come forward to share their stories from across this great country, you know, I wanted to highlight an article that was recently run in the New York Times that focused on the fact that more people in Puerto Rico are dying, sadly, at higher rates because of these healthcare disparities and lack of access to a health system. You know, as we take a look at the numbers, as we know, Puerto Rico, again, devastated by natural disaster, compounded by COVID-19, already stressing a very strained healthcare system, lacking professionals in the community to be able to serve their residents. the fact that they only have one working ambulance for 25,000 people in a town, and too often by the time the call is made and the ambulance shows up at the home, those people have already passed away. The fact that they have had 35,400 deaths last year in 2022 for a population of 3.3 million. Again, thousands more than researchers could ever have expected. Historical highs that they're seeing compounded and as a result of a strained healthcare system that is unable to take care of its people's stories. Examples of veterans who have served and fought under our flag that you stand before right there, not being able to access the critical care or even the basic care that they need, they deserve, and they have fought for. Again, too many people dying as a result of a lack of access to health care. And when we take a look at the numbers, the disparities in terms of increases in Alzheimer's, substance abuse, mental health causes, chronic health conditions like blood pressure, diabetes, kidney failure, respiratory failure, all of these things. To me, as I read this article and all of the problems that they cited, lack of facilities, lack of professionals, too many of the young ones leaving their community to go and work in the United States or to take on other professions, to me, this was a cautionary tale to all of rural and remote America. That if we don't get our act together soon in our states and in our territories to make sure that no matter where you live in this great country, but especially in rural and remote America, that makes up over 97% of this great country's landmass, we will continue to see people die. So the stakes could not be higher when it comes to making sure that the Rural Health Caucus, the bipartisan Rural Health Caucus, continues to stay together and fight for those most basic things that every single one of our constituents, no matter where you live, no matter what district, each one has a touch of rural, to make sure that the healthcare access and mental health services that they need will be there for them when they need it. So thank you so very much for allowing us this critically important special order hour to highlight rural health in our country. And I look forward to working very closely with all of my colleagues to make sure that rural America has the health care they need and that they deserve. At this point, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of the special order.
Without objection.
Hey, I'm thrilled to be here to preside over my first special order as Vice Chair of the House Republican Conference. It's shaping up to be a busy, productive week for House Republicans, and I'm looking forward to hearing from my colleagues to discuss the issues our conference is focused on this week, including our crisis at the border, support for Israel, and investigations into the Biden family's alleged illegal financial dealings with foreign nations. We have an energized and diverse conference eager to make the American dream possible for the next generation. My team and I are ready to help members shine and deliver their message straight to their constituents and the American people. And with that, I yield 5 minutes over to my distinguished colleague from the great state of Michigan, Representative McClain, for the first remarks of the evening.
Thank you to our newly elected Vice Chair. Congratulations. I look forward to working with you. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today because accountability is finally here. For years, Joe Biden has used his name and influence for personal gain, all while serving in office and receiving a salary funded by taxpayer dollars. He has deceived the nation by posing as a trustworthy family man, only to be bought and paid for by foreign nationals. The Biden family has embedded themselves in a web of lies, spreading deceit to the nation to cover up their shady dealings. But we are not fools, and we cannot be fooled. For months, House Republicans have followed the facts and, more importantly, followed the money, and it all has led right back to President Biden. Despite stonewalling attempts at every turn, we have persisted. From the DOJ to the FBI and the White House, cohorts of the Biden family have done everything they can to stop the truth to come to light. But these lies cannot stay hidden forever. House Republicans and the Oversight Committee has unearthed over $240,000 in direct payments to the president and his family. That money has direct ties to foreign nationals and our adversaries. These same adversaries President Biden swore to defend America against are actually lining his pockets and influencing his decisions. It is past time the American public knows the truth, and it is time for the Biden family to be held accountable for their corruption. Thank you to the House Republicans. That accountability is finally here, and thank you. I yield back.
There you go. Thank you, Representative McClain. Appreciate the comments, appreciate the clarity and the work that the Oversight Committee does on this issue. I now yield 5 minutes to my good friend from Florida, Mr. Byron Donalds. Thank you.
I want to thank the gentleman from Utah, our new vice chairman, and I want to congratulate him as well. Mr. Speaker, President Biden consistently has stated that he never discussed businesses with Hunter Biden's associates. That is a lie. Let me repeat that even for the colleagues across the aisle. It is a lie. Throughout our extensive investigation and from the lips of credible witnesses, it is abundantly clear that the Biden family business is Joe Biden. Let me emphasize, there is no Biden family business except for Joe Biden's 40-plus year career in Washington, D.C. That has been the family business. As a member of the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability, we have followed the paper trail. We've conducted our investigation by the book. We have discovered damning evidence, and we continue to do so every day. Our investigation has led to some alarming and eye-opening findings, which point to the president's knowledge and involvement in illegal business transactions. For example, in 2018, James Biden, the president's brother, received $600,000 in a loan from AmeriCorps, a financially distressed, failing rural hospital operator. Bankruptcy court documents suggested that James Biden received these loans based upon representations that his last name, Biden, could open doors in the Middle East based on his political connections. Now, we all know James Biden doesn't have political connections. Joe Biden, his brother, has political connections. Specifically, AmeriCorps wired a $200,000 loan into the account of James and Sarah Biden. Here's what makes the evidence damning. On the same day, James Biden wrote a $200,000 check from the same account addressed to his brother, Joe Biden. And for the American people, the brother of James Biden is the President of the United States. Next example is an email obtained by the committee from a Hunter Biden associate, mentioning that 10% of the relevant joint venture that held by Hunter for the big guy, 10% of a relevant joint venture was held for the big guy. At this point in the committee's investigation, we've established that Joe Biden is the big guy. Through the web of transactions that purposefully tried to hide the big guy's involvement, let me stress again that Joe Biden is the Biden family business. Let me illustrate an example of the confusing web of transactions. A Chinese company sent $5 million to a joint venture between Hunter and an associate. That same day, the joint venture sent $400,000 to an entity that Hunter Biden controls alone. Less than a week later, Hunter Biden wired $150,000 from this entity to a company owned by James Biden and Sarah Biden, James Biden, the president's brother. Sarah Biden later withdrew $50,000 from the same company. Less than a week later, Sarah wrote a personal check to Joe Biden, AKA the big guy, AKA the President of the United States, for $40,000. 10% of the $400,000 that was mentioned in the email by the associate to Hunter Biden. Another example is when a confidential human source overheard a Burisma executive claiming to have bribed then Vice President Joe Biden for $5 million. As I stated earlier, Joe Biden consistently says that he never discussed businesses with Hunter Biden's associate. This was a blatant lie by the commander-in-chief, and the American people deserve to know the truth. Joe Biden never went never thought that the Oversight Committee would get this far in its investigation, and additional damning evidence will soon be revealed to the American people. This leads me to my next point. The Foreign Agents Registration Act, or commonly known as FARA. To be clear, Hunter Biden has never, and I repeat, never registered as a foreign agent, despite his lucrative work being done on behalf of foreign interests and his many travels on Air Force Two. And that wasn't just because he missed his dad. Specifically, Hunter has been documented business transactions with a Chinese government-based energy company called CEFC. Interestingly enough, the same company, CEFC, is the same one that is affiliated with the company that sent $5 million to Hunter Biden. How is this not the definition of being and acting as a foreign agent? Paul Manafort was convicted for far less. The time is now to open up an impeachment investigation pertaining to the president's direct link to blatant corruption, pay-for-play tactics, and acting as a co-conspirator to the crimes committed by his family on behalf of Joe Biden himself. The committee will continue to do our due diligence. We will not be worried about the distractions from the Democrats and from the press. We will dig through the confusing web of Biden LLCs, which I will add, Mr. Speaker, the confusion of these companies and the confusion of these transactions were done on purpose to conceal this money from the American people, and I will also add, to conceal the money from the Internal Revenue Service. Because, you know, Joe Biden likes to talk about everybody paying their fair share except him and except his son. They're not concerned about a fair share. We're going to continue to uncover all of this. And we're going to answer and uncover all of the information that is going to outline exactly why, in my opinion, representing the 19th District of Florida, why Joe Biden deserves to be impeached. Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States has taken money from foreign sources. Meanwhile, the world is on fire. Is the president compromised? Do agents in the Chinese government have the upper hand on the President of the United States while our enemies are on the move? These are serious questions that the House of Representatives has a responsibility to answer. And the way to get all that information is through the impeachment inquiry, which will continue here in the People's House. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. And as always, to my friend from Florida, a strong and clear message. Appreciate it. Thank you. I now yield 5 minutes to my good friend from Texas, Mr. and Representative Pat Fallon.
I'd like to thank the gentleman from Utah, and congratulations. I couldn't think of a better person to serve as vice chair. Mr. Speaker, the Democrat from Maryland, who's also the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, is claiming hypocrisy when talking about Hunter Biden not being asked to testify publicly, but rather to testify behind closed doors. This is, if you want to talk about hypocrisy, the ranking member should find a mirror, because when the Democrats were in the majority and they wanted President Trump and his American allies to testify, they wanted to have them testify behind closed doors. And to be honest, I don't really think Hunter Biden wants to testify publicly, because he's going to have to explain quite a bit. First of all, what business were you in? What product or service did you provide or sell? I think he'd also have to explain why he got $24 million and counting from sleazy foreign businessmen, oligarchs, and corrupt politicians. He'll have to explain why Yelena Baturina, who was married to Yuri Laskov, who has now passed away, was the mayor of Moscow. He was described by Michael McFaul, the ambassador under Barack Obama to Russia, the American ambassador to Russia. He said he was the poster child of corruption. And yet Yelena Baturina gave Hunter Biden, Joe's son, $3.5 million. And then interestingly enough, just a few months later had dinner with Joe Biden, then the sitting vice president. And when President Biden's administration sanctioned some Russian oligarchs, she was conveniently left off the public list. What did Hunter Biden do for Ms. Baturina? We don't know. What about the Kazakhstani nationals, Kenez Razhikev and Karim Mazimov? Mazimov used to be the prime minister. He's now in jail. His right-hand man is Razhikov. Razhikov wired to Hunter Biden $142,300. The very next day, Hunter happened to purchase a Porsche in New Jersey for, say it with me now, $142,300. His own business partner, Devin Archer, and his best friend at the time had no idea why he got that money. We don't either. We'd like to ask him, privately and publicly, why? What did you do for them? But, Mr. Speaker, interestingly enough, those two gentlemen also had dinner with none other than sitting Vice President Joe Biden and his son, Hunter. Coincidence? Scratch your head. How about Vadim Pozharsky and Mykola Zlochevsky? So who are these guys? One is the CFO and one is the CEO of Burisma, which was an energy company out of Ukraine. They hired Hunter Biden, the then son of the sitting vice president, to be on their board of directors. They paid him $1 million a year and paid him and Devin Archer in total nearly $3.5 million. What experience did Hunter Biden have in the energy sector prior to that hiring? I'd like him to ask that question because we know the answer, which is none, zero, bupkis. And yet he was given all that money. Why? We have an FD 1023. Now, what's that? That's a form that confidential informants, the FBI agents fill out when they have human sources that give them information. Just so happens that this informant, because an FD 1023 is only as good as the source, well, this source, according to the FBI, was impeccable. They've been working with him for 10 years, giving him hundreds of thousands of dollars, and every bit of information he's ever given them has checked out. So what did he say? He said that Hunter Biden received a $5 million bribe, and so did his father, Joe. And it makes sense, because why? Who gave him the bribe? It was Mykola Zlochevsky, the CEO of Burisma. Why did he need to give him $10 million? Because he wanted to get the prosecutor in Ukraine off his back. What happened? We know. Joe Biden bragged about it. He got that prosecutor fired. And he withheld $1 billion in the loan guarantees to Ukraine until he was fired. What was that prosecutor doing? I don't know. He was going after Zlochevsky. He seized 2 homes, a Porsche, and a plot of land that he owned. And he did get fired a few months thereafter. Ukraine got their $1 billion. And that prosecutor, when he was fired, the president of Ukraine called Joe Biden and said, hey, he's done nothing wrong. In fact, we were pretty happy with the job he was doing, but you wanted him fired, so he's gone. It all fits together, these pieces of the puzzle. We'd ask him in the What's Up app that wasn't supposed to be released, what's up? And he said, I'm sitting here with my dad. He was shaking down a Chinese businessman. Was he really with his dad, or was he lying to that fellow? Or is he lying to us now? We don't know. Will he give up his geolocated? Like, when you got these phones now, they know where you are. If you voluntarily give it up, we can find out for sure. Was he with his dad at that moment? We don't know. Will he do that? So what the American people, Mr. Speaker, need to know, once and for all, is the President of the United States corrupt? Is he compromised? And is he a national security threat? The Oversight Committee, at least on the Republican side, we're going to find that out for the American people to ensure justice is served. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Texas. An impassioned speech, but laced with facts that have been identified for months and months and months, and appreciate the communication. I now yield 1 minute. 1 minute to my good friend, colleague from the great state of, we all know, Utah. Appreciate you being here. Thank you, Mr. Owens.
Well, first of all, congratulations, Vice Chair. Appreciate you for sure. I rise today in strong support of the Protecting Our Communities for Failure to Secure the Border Act. Biden's open border policies have led to a historic surge in illegal border crossings, affecting not only border communities, but every community across our country. Last year alone, the Customs Border Patrol reported a record-shattering 2.4 million illegal crossings at our southern border. This year, a shocking 21,000 pounds of fentanyl were smuggled into our communities, with a staggering 90% seized at U.S. borders of entry. These alarming list of statistics paint a vivid picture. The White House has failed to enforce our immigration laws, securing the border, safeguarding families in Utah, and across the nation from deadly influx of fentanyl. Equally concerning is the president's wrong-headed policy of housing illegal immigrants in our national parks. This disastrous policy endangers the safety of local communities and strains resources meant for families to enjoy the safe and wholesome activities in our federal lands. House Republicans are taking a stance against these reckless policies. This week, we will bring to the floor H.R. 5283, Protecting Our Communities from Failure to Secure the Border Act. This crucial legislation will prohibit federal funding from being used to provide housing for illegal immigrants on any federal land. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 5283 and send a clear message that we are united in our commitment to protecting our communities and securing our borders. Thank you, and I yield back.
Waiving the regulations on federal land is a dangerous precedent, and this piece of legislation is very, very important. Thank you. I now yield 5 minutes to my good friend and colleague from Texas, Representative Babin.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Congratulations on your new position as well. Thank you for this special order. More than 10 million illegal aliens have entered America under the negligent watch of this administration, a number higher than the individual populations of 40 of our 50 states. It's incredible. Migrant women and children from every corner of the globe are being raped, murdered on the dangerous journey to our southern border. Americans are dying from overdoses of fentanyl and other deadly drugs that are pouring into our country at an alarming rate from Mexico. Over 100,000 Americans just last year died of overdoses. In fact, earlier this month, I spoke with a father from my district who lost his only son to fentanyl overdose last January. And while these horrible things happen to Americans, my colleagues across the aisle still dare to call Republicans immoral for wanting to build and finish the border wall, which is just one common sense solution that could be used to eliminate the crisis claiming thousands of lives down at our southern border. Instead, they'd rather abandon logic and continue to blindly accept everyone who shows up at our border without properly vetting them, criminals and all. They think that we should allow illegals to roam freely across all of our great states because they believe that one day they'll be great voters for them and their party. To every American I've spoken to, enabling the death, that of a U.S. citizen or migrants, is without question an immorality. But if the deaths aren't enough to warrant action by Democrats in Congress and the White House to secure the nation, how about the historic number of suspected terrorists who have been caught attempting to sneak into our country? Nearly 300 since Biden has taken office. And you can bet that some, and God only knows how many, made it successfully into the interior and are planning for another 9/11 style attack on America. A matter of when, not if. The president knows this. DHS Secretary Mayorkas knows this, and the Democrats in this sacred chamber know this as well. And still, they do nothing to stop or even address the worsening border catastrophe that is plaguing and endangering our nation. However, this administration seems to have no qualms whatsoever about turning the American people into second-class citizens. And while law-abiding Americans deal with inflation and high prices, illegal aliens are given free transportation from the border to the city in America of their choice, free medical attention when they hurt or are injured or ill, free schooling for their illegal children, and much more. And if that isn't enough of a disgrace, the administration is now using public schools, airports, and national parks to house illegal aliens, all paid for by the taxpayers' dollars. What kind of president puts his own people last? I'll tell you, President Joe Biden. And it will not be tolerated, which is why I'm supporting H.R. 5283 to prohibit federal funds from being used to shelter illegals on U.S. land under the jurisdiction of federal land management agencies, illegals that we should be deporting. I've been fighting for border security since my very first day in Congress, and I will not give up until this vital task is accomplished and this bill is a step in the right direction. Border security truly is national security, and the property and safety of U.S. citizens must always come first in my book, if it were only so with our president and the Democrat Party. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Babin. Mr. Speaker, our Texas delegation, we are all in border states. As we see, this piece of legislation this week is geared towards what's going on in New York. As we're all in border states, those of us I'm from Utah, other states, we've relied on the testimony, the experience from our Texas delegation, Arizona delegation particularly. They've been through the worst of it, and we appreciate that. And with that, we'll continue to hear from our Texas delegation and someone who's been a very consistent voice on this, my good friend, representative from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today because our nation is in crisis. One cannot overstate the absolute border disaster and national security threat that we've been living under as a direct result of Biden, Mayorkas, and the Democrats' deliberate actions. None of this is an accident. On day one, they got to work eliminating successful Trump border policies that had us at the lowest levels of illegal immigration in years. Actually, probably illegal immigration in our history. And from that first day, the Biden administration made clear that they would not enforce our laws and that they would not protect our country. They did this knowing the consequences. They ignored Border Patrol and Immigration and Customs Enforcement, whose officers warned that these actions would create an unprecedented disaster and dangers for Americans. And guess what? That is exactly what happened. President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have opened our borders to more than 10 million illegal immigrants, including millions of known getaways, and God knows how many potential terrorists and narco gang members into our country. By the way, that's more than the population of 38 states. Mr. Speaker, we have had enough. Cities all across America are being overrun. Mexican cartels own the southern border. They're causing tens of thousands of fentanyl deaths in our country, ushering in a new era of human slavery and crushing our cities and towns. We're feeling the pain of Biden's border crisis, not just in New York City, where the border crisis is defunding the police department and other city services, but all across the nation, where it's driving up crime rates in our communities, it's letting fentanyl kill our children, and it's allowing terrorists into our nation. What's happening in New York City should be a wake-up call for cities all across America. But it's just the tip of the iceberg. Texas right now is being particularly hit hard and continues to have to fight its own federal government to be able to take care of its citizens. Our nation is less safe because our borders are not secure. And President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas continue to make things worse. It's clear. They have no regard for the law. They don't want to secure our borders, and they don't care about keeping us safe. If they cared about keeping Americans safe, why would they want our public spaces, which are paid for with taxpayer dollars, to become massive encampments for unvetted illegal immigrants, many of whom are indebted to dangerous and violent cartels? Although this national security bill is an important reform, it's clear that as long as Secretary Mayorkas remains in office, our border will remain unsecured and vulnerable to human and drug trafficking. Taxpayers in cities all across the country are footing multi-million-dollar bills. Hundreds of thousands of families are losing loved ones in fentanyl-related deaths. The American people deserve better. I stand firm in calling for Secretary Mayorkas' impeachment, and I urge the Biden administration to work with border states like Texas to offer the support that we need to keep our communities safer. I thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much again. The clear communication and the heartfelt pleas to solve this issue. There are so many simple policies, if we put them in place, they're wins for everybody. They're political wins, they're policy wins, and It's just, we don't understand why we don't take to see what's worked well in the past and try to re-implement it. So thank you. And with that, we welcome another border state, the great state of California, Mr. Doug LaMalfa, to share his remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Glad to join my colleague from Utah in this role here tonight. Appreciate you stepping forward to take this on. It's been very important to help communicate what we're up to here. So we have much discussion this afternoon on the border and its effects of a non-border policy since the Biden administration has been in charge. It's been difficult enough as it is over the several years when President Trump very strongly attempted and had some level of success in securing our border with more fencing and more personnel. And since then, it's been completely undone by the Biden administration. When you have personnel going down there, actually welding the gates open and doing everything they can, suing the state of Texas to remove barriers in the river there that would normally help deter this illegal immigration, this massive wave that's coming in. Indeed, it's called an invasion by many. I'll echo that. And why is it? It's not because we don't have enough laws. It's because, we need immigration reform. Yeah, maybe there's some refinements we could be doing. H.R. 2 that we passed earlier this year in this House would actually help supplement the laws that are already on the books, and funding and some of the other measures that will help modernize what flaws there might be. But make no mistake, this is a flaw in the enforcement of our border. We already have immigration policy on the books. In the good old days, we might say, is that we welcomed people to this country, but under our rules. We had rules as to who the new immigrants are going to be here, whether they're to be citizens or folks just seeking permits for work or for tourist visas or student visas or this or that. And the rules are pretty much out the window. How do you have a country, how do you have sovereignty if you don't have any rules and the laws aren't followed that are presently already in place? It's not that tough. What has changed has been the Biden administration to make what had already been kind of difficult many times worse. And that's where the problem lies. Our border could be enforced within a short amount of time by building the barrier and having the personnel be able to do their actual job instead of horrific accusations of what they've done when we saw that false narrative put out that the mounted border personnel were somehow whipping people with the reins and the whips or something on their wild horseback. A complete lie. That's part of the whole problem with this administration, is that they don't get the truth out to the American people and hide and distort what it is their horrific policies have been doing. Same applies to the Hamas situation and our friend and ally Israel. With their barbaric attack by Hamas on October 7th upon Israel, that didn't actually come out of nowhere. It was a planned attack funded by Iran, which is, of course, we know, the largest sponsor of terrorism. Biden's failure to put pressure on Iran for the last 3 years has emboldened Iran and enabled Hamas to launch this deadly assault. Indeed, the roots of this go back to the Obama administration, with that horrific policy that was agreement was put in place that President Trump tried to peel back and take back, and he did indeed get a pause on that situation. But we're right back at it again, empowering Iran to do what they do. And so the latest was unfreezing $6 billion worth of assets in this country to help foster and fund the cause that Iran is doing. It was very reckless, and it just gives more incentives to foreign adversaries. And it also gives weird messages, weird signals to our allies, of course, Israel, but also others that we're forming the Abraham Accords alliances with, including in process with Saudi Arabia. Now, what are they supposed to think? What is America's position on all this? So when we have an opportunity, as we do in this House with this Republican majority, to say no to unfreezing $6 billion worth of assets to Iran, we need to do that. So we will consider a bill, the No Funds for Iranian Terrorism Act, which imposes immediate mandatory sanctions on any financial institution that engages in a transaction with the Qatari banks holding the $6 billion of Iranian funds. which effectively frees the money. Of course, the Biden administration needs to get this idea through their head already without us having us do this. You know, that, whether it's in the Middle East situation, Israel, or our own border here, they need to get their act together. They need to put some common sense goggles on here for a moment and just really look at what the problem is. And, you know, politically, how they go into 2024 thinking this is good? Take the energy policy, they've been, lack of energy policy, the driver of inflation, mass amounts of government spending, and a horrific energy policy, shutting down the pipeline, shutting down the ability to drill, and forcing people electric cars. I mean, it's just a well-rounded discussion here, what the Biden administration has put upon the American people and our allies around the world. So we can do a lot to improve this situation and help Israel, bring stability back to the Middle East, bring stability to our border by just simply enforcing our border and putting those things in place and not having the green light to say, hey, come across our border here and get all the benefits of being a U.S. citizen without having to be a citizen, including we'll put you into the national parks in New York City and others. It's just unbelievable policy or lack of policy, lack of foresight. So, you know, it rests in the Biden administration and a really lot of incompetence. But let's take step A with the No Funds for Iranian Terrorism Act, and also a very important step on the border with finishing the fencing that we have available with the material laying there. We're paying for storage to keep the fencing there, and allowing the border personnel who would like to be doing their job instead of running a welcome wagon. Wouldn't that be something? So I appreciate the time here tonight, and I'll yield back to my colleague from Utah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mulvaney. You make one really important point that, and I highlight this quite a bit, we as a Republican majority have to so many times force President Biden to do very common sense things, and that's so much the importance. Your comments actually highlight that well. So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to share these messages. Thank you to my colleagues for being here to communicate such clear messages on such important aspects of legislation that we're going to be focused on this week. Thank you, and I yield my balance of my time back.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President of the United States. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, as I'm getting myself organized here. Mr. Pro Tem, I'm going to try something tonight as a variance of something I've done now for years, but I'm going to try to walk through some of the math. But please understand, to anyone who's insane enough to watch this, particularly to staff here on Capitol Hill, I'm trying to treat people like adults. I'm not spinning you. I'm not going to give you the latest polled talking point. I'm not going to give you magic math. This is a moment where we desperately need to understand the scale of the problems. And please understand, you see the people come behind the microphones here on the floor, and there's a lot of issues. There's a lot of problems. But I will argue, though, the systemic threat to this republic is the math. So let's actually do something. First off, for anyone who actually doesn't have a life, I want to strongly encourage you, go to our office's website. I think it's Rep. David. And the reason for that is we've actually set up a little text message. You can sign up for it, and we call it the Daily Debt Update. And every single day, so 5 days a week, you will get a text message from me that says, hey, here's what we borrowed today and the interest cost. So here's what we borrowed per minute. You know, I break it up for year, day, those things. And then I also say, and here's what we've borrowed so far this fiscal year. So we also give you a 364-day clock, so we get rid of timing effects. And then I'm going to show you what we've taken in what we call receipts. Some people call them tax revenues. That's wrong technically. Government doesn't have revenues. We have tax receipts. And we have now several hundred people who've signed up for this. And the point is, you will get, if you got yesterday's, you'd see we're borrowing about $78 78,000 a second. 78,000 a second. And then try to explain to me there's not something horribly wrong. No, and one of the points I'm going to try to make here off these charts is the scale. So my brothers and sisters on the left basically turn to us and say, just tax rich people more. That will take care of it. Tax rich people more. They can read. It's their own economists who do these reports saying, well, that actually doesn't get you anywhere close to reality to deal with the gap. And I'm going to show you their own numbers. Now I need to throw some of my own side under the bus. A lot of my brothers and sisters here on the Republican side, we're going to say, well, if you would just cut this portion of discretionary spending, well, you'd make a big difference. No, you wouldn't. We were playing with some math, and it's not done yet because I haven't vetted it, that almost everything we've been debating here for the last 3 or 4 months, at the end of 10 years, it would be basically a rounding error. You'd have trouble even seeing it. We were playing with one bit of math that in 10 years we're functionally scheduled with these new interest rates borrowing about $3.1 trillion in a single year. And with almost all of our cuts actually happened, it might actually not be 3.1, it might just be 3. It's real money. I think we should still do it, but stop pretending that's the saving of the republic. So let's start from the beginning. Let me get my charts organized. This is important, and I'm going to keep doing it till I start hearing fellow members say this out loud repeatedly. Ignore 1965. But do you see this here? This is last year's fiscal year. 23% was on autopilot, mandatory. Earned benefits, you turn 65, you've worked worked your 40 quarters, you get Social Security, you get Medicare, you're part of a certain tribal group, that might be a contractual, part of a treaty obligation. There's certain benefits you get out there that aren't earned there if you fall under a certain income, but they're part of mandatory. We as members of Congress don't get to vote on it. That's on autopilot. It's purposely, substantially by the left, been put on autopilot so it just happens. Do you see the green? That's what you call non-defense discretionary. That's what you all think of as government. That's the FBI, that's the State Department, that's our salaries, that's the Supreme Court, that's everything. The blue, 13% of the budget is defense. The punchline you need to understand is last year, every dime of non-defense, that green, was borrowed. Every dime of the blue was borrowed, and about $400 billion of the red was borrowed. Every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed money. Plus a chunk of mandatory. Think of that. If you said, I'm going to balance the budget, God bless you. First, you got to shut down all the defense system. Defense Department's gone. You got to get rid of eventually all of government. And you probably have, last year, you got to figure out what $400 billion you're going to remove from Medicare. That's the math. The math will win. The math is the truth. And we make crap up around here. You got to understand the scale. And if someone tells you, well, we're just not taxing rich people enough. Huh? Or someone's going to tell you, hey, it's foreign aid and waste and fraud. Fine. Get rid of both. Go after waste and fraud. We should be vicious on it. Foreign aid, but don't pretend that it does anything. I think we did a calculation last year, and foreign aid was like 7, 8, 9 days of borrowing. Remember, we're borrowing $6.5 billion a day. That's several times more than most of what we've been debating here for months. I know it's great theater, but the math is the math. So let's actually sort of walk through so there's somewhat understanding, because the point I'm going to try to make in this presentation, if anyone is listening, is the left's saying just tax rich people more doesn't get you there. For my brothers and sisters, I'm one of them, who want to reduce spending. Government is too big. It also doesn't get you there anymore. You're going to have to deal with policy. You're going to have to deal with policy ideas that make healthcare less expensive. You're going to have to deal with policy that makes it so it's something you want to stay in the labor force. You have to do things that not only reduce the cost of surviving in our society, but also make this economy grow. And those are policy. And so one thing we are almost incapable of doing here because it's complex and the armies of lobbyists in the hallways get upset because they don't want us messing with their current business model. Same thing with the bureaucracies. The bureaucracies here go to war with us when we say, but you could use technology to do that. So let's actually walk through last year's budget. So this is real. You know, what is it? 7 weeks ago, we closed the books on the 2023 fiscal year. We spent $6.371 trillion. Okay, you'd realize the problem. Tax receipts were only $4.436 trillion. Anyone see a math problem? Why it's important to understand those numbers. That means we borrowed 8.4% of the entire economy was borrowed just last year. 8.4% of GDP was borrowed last year. In a couple slides here, I'm going to show you that taxing the rich, the Democrat proposals, when you actually adjust for its economic effects, you might get 1.5%, maybe 1.6%, 1.7% of GDP. Okay. But you borrowed 8.4% of GDP last year. And I know that sounds geeky, but the reason you often speak in percentage of GDP instead of dollar amount is with the amount of inflation we've had. Remember, if you live in my area, I think I have the highest inflation in the continental United States. In the last 30 months, if you're not making 22% more, you are poorer in the Phoenix Scottsdale area. You want to know why the working middle class and the working poor are so cranky? Because it's brutal out there for them. The economy is actually okay. I mean, we're seeing some uncomfortable signs of really slowing down, which worries me. There's something wrong. If you get my daily debt update, you're going to see something's wrong on tax receipts. The FICA numbers are falling, and it looks like they're about 5% where they should be, which should be an alarm bell that something's happening in the labor markets. But if you're from the Phoenix Scottsdale area and you haven't had about a 22% pay hike in the last 30 months, you are poor today. And then you wonder why there's such stress out there in our society. So if I came to you right now and said, okay, what's the number one spend in the United States government? Okay, it's Social Security. This year we're going to spend about, I think, well, I have it on the chart, $1.45 trillion will go out in Social Security this year. The punchline on this slide is I want you to understand gross interest. That's interest we pay to people who bought U.S. bonds. Also the interest when we borrow money, when the Treasury borrows money out of Social Security, we pay it interest. Interest will be over $1 trillion this year. Interest in the United States this year is the second biggest spend. Third biggest spend is not defense, it's actually Medicare now. And the growth rate, I'm going to show you a couple slides, the growth rate of Medicare and interest are the primary drivers of future spending. And then we're going to talk about how many people lie about what's happening in Social Security, but we'll get to that. And then defense is now the fourth. Defense is now number 4. So every time you run into a leftist, it goes, just cut defense. Could you remind them it's actually number 4 now on the hierarchy of spending? If I had told you this chart a couple of years ago, you would have thought I was out of my mind. It's happened. Gross interest this year will top $1 trillion. $1 trillion. And the net interest, which that just means to outside bondholders, now is well over $800 billion. You do realize just the net interest, if you just want to play the game and say, well, I'm not going to count interest we pay to borrowing from our trust funds, the net interest is going to be more than defense. Why is this not our fixation? Why are there people who are terrified of a debt deficit commission to actually tell the truth about the math? So when I come to you and start saying $1 trillion is just interest, understand why that's so dangerous. Is, okay, so this week interest rates are down a bit. 3 weeks ago they were up. This year, looks like we're going to bring about what do I have on this chart? I think this one's 9.6. Our best guess is about 9.6 trillion to the bond market. This is going to be not borrowing internally. This is going to be issuing bonds out to whoever will buy them. We guess about 2 trillion will be virgin. Those will be, we've excess spent this year. We're going to have to issue $2 trillion of bonds to cover our excess spending. And then the rest of it is refinancing. Because the idiots, excuse me, that's not fair. And there's video of me going back all the way back to, Secretary Lew screaming, interest rates are low, go longer on the curve, go longer on the curve, sell 30-year bonds, get us out in the curve, lock in the low interest rates, and the arrogance of the Treasury, no, you don't know, you're a member of Congress, you're an idiot, what do you know? And now we're going to pay the price for it. Now we're getting our heads kicked in because the short-term thinking that is Washington, D.C. So what you see here in blue, that's refinancing. That's all the 30-day paper, the notes, the bonds, much of it's coming due. So you're going to bring $9.6 trillion to market at interest rates that are how many times higher than we would have financed a year, 2 years ago. Welcome to our world. And that's why this math is having such trouble. So, just want to make a point. I will get behind these microphones, and sometimes when there's a chance to do a colloquy with one of my Democrat colleagues, they'll go, well, you supported that 2017 tax reform, and it was going to cost $1.7 trillion. And then we start to talk through that, hey, but tax receipts went up dramatically in 2018, 19, first quarter of 2020. Income inequality shrank at its fastest in U.S. history. I mean, it was in many ways the ultimate Goldilocks economy before the pandemic. And we were having to rescore, but you were going to spend $1 trillion, that's what you voted on. No, whether or not more tax receipts came in. Okay, fine. In the first, 2 years, they ran around here in the first 20 months, they voted for $4.8 trillion of additional spending. Okay, let's see. End of 2017, we did tax reform that grew the economy, made the United States competitive in the world. We shrank income inequality, some of the greatest growth in income and wages without inflation. And the tax receipts and revenues were coming in dramatically over projected before the pandemic. Okay, but step up and be intellectually honest. In 20 months, you spent $4.8 trillion of spending. And we're already finding it's rolling over already. Take a look at the tax receipts from Treasury over the last couple of quarters. Even when you make the adjustments for the California Declaration of Emergency, there's something going wrong. This type of stimulus isn't working. The Keynesian economics is not working for anyone who pays attention to that stuff. So let's go back, and once again, back to interest rate fragility. 22, interest was $475 billion. Okay. 23, interest was $569 billion. Okay. Projection was going to be, remember, this projection was only from a couple months ago. We were going to spend $805 billion. Now it's almost $840, and if you do gross interest, it's over $1 trillion. If you see this, do this chart, interest went up 38% last year in cost. With the scale of the refinance, I haven't done the math, but we think it's going to be up another 30, 40% in spend this year. Aren't you happy? Aren't you thrilled? This is the brain trust here, is our growth in spending is going to be healthcare costs and then interest. That's going to really help the economy. And once again, just to reinforce it, because I'm finding if I don't say it over and over and over and over, there's almost this pathological avoidance of math and the truth around this place. Social Security, number 1. Interest, number 2. Medicare, number 3. Defense, number 4. Can't wait to see how many of our fellow members and staff can repeat this. All right. Now for a bit of the punchlines. So my brothers and sisters on the left keep going and saying the solution to everything is we're going to tax people over $400,000. Okay, let's pretend we all agree on that. That's what we're going to do. That's how we're going to save Social Security. Remember, when you have a member, and there's a couple of clowns around here holding up little whiteboards and doing these things saying, Social Security doesn't add a dime to the debt and deficit. They're absolutely right. It doesn't yet. So the letters that I saw, I think it was some of the folks who are involved in AARP and those things wrote letters to the editor over the last month saying, don't blame Social Security for the debt. They're absolutely right. They're telling the truth. And I hope that's intellectually where they're at, that no money from Social Security should ever go into the general fund, but no general fund money should ever go into Social Security. Is that our deal? Because in, 9 years, 2033, so what, that's like 8.5 fiscal years, there's a 25% cut in Social Security checks. So if you're the average couple in America, $17,400 is going to be your cut. We will double senior poverty. That's the moral imperative we're being given by the left. You can't talk about Social Security. And then when they do put something on paper, it doesn't come close to closing the gap. We're doing some scoring on a couple of the Social Security bills. I was going to bring the charts, but we're not done with the math yet. We think it might close 50%, 60%. But the punchline you got to understand is if we do that, there's no more capacity. There's this concept of, let's say you're a high-income earner. You've done really well in life. You're making over $400,000 a year. Okay. Today, if you live in Connecticut, New York, California, you're paying what? You're probably already at a 50% tax rate, right? So if Congress adds another 12.4% would be just Social Security on that. Okay, now you're at 62%. There's actually lots of great economic data that say if we take it beyond that, your incentive, you're going to say, screw it. I'm not working. I'm going to cut back my hours. I'm going to find other ways. I'm just going to live off my savings, those things, my investments. So if you do just pieces of these legislations, they actually take that $400,000 population and push them into the mid 60% of their income. Okay, maybe that's the Democrats' plan, but they need to look at their own economic literature written by their own leftist economists that basically say when you get into that low, mid 60% tax rate, the revenues go down. It's called a tax maximization concept. So there's a good paper out there. If anyone actually wants to read, it's probably about 3 months old. And Brian Riedel, Manhattan Institute, basically took a series of economic papers and say, what's the highest capital gains tax you can do before it rolls over? What's the highest estate tax you can do before it rolls over? Highest income tax. Okay, it's on a nice paper. It's a little long, but it's a really simple read. And they added up saying take people over 400,000 and maximize every single one of their taxes. Okay, let's do it. Yay, go gang. And when you worked up all the numbers, go read it for yourself. And then you do the economic effects, because you will change the economy. You're going to get maybe 1.5%, 1.6% of GDP. I mean, look, it's partially based on, actually, it's from the U.S. Treasury, the Tax Policy Center, ONB, CBO. I mean, this isn't right-wing Republican math. Anyone remember what we borrowed last year? 8.4% of GDP was borrowed last year. Tax maximization on over 400,000, Okay, let's say you get 1.5 because that makes the math easy. Does anyone see the math problem? Yet, Social Security and Medicare, when you start to look at it over the next decade and a half, go up to 2040, the best projection is it's running about 5.5% of GDP short of cash. Anyone see the math problem? You get 1.5% by taxing rich people, fine, but just the shortfall in Social Security and Medicare is over 5.5% of the economy. We gotta, come on, guys, stop lying, stop making crap up. I know it's great politics, it's great wedges, but at some point we have a moral obligation not to put the doubling of senior poverty. How many baby boomers are you willing to put on the street by making crap up in the math? And for our own side, I know every time we mention Social Security, I'll get ads beating me up at home. So, go online in the Phoenix market right now. There's probably already an ad up saying, Schweiker talked about Social Security, beat him up. I'm trying to save it. And chart after chart after chart after chart, the reality of the math. You take a look at Bernie Sanders' oligarch tax, which, it's taxing unearned capital gains, it's taxing the wealth, it graduates up. So if you're really rich, they take a big portion of your wealth. So everything, it gets you up to, a little less than $4 trillion over 10 years. Great. Except the shortfall is like 18, 19 trillion in that time. Great talking points, get you on MSNBC, you can say crazy things, no one's going to audit your math. Does anyone actually care about what's going on, or is it more important to win the next election? And we come back and forth over and over and over and over and over. Taxing the rich wouldn't pay for the deficit in 2033. We've actually done the tax maximization. So, and this slide's actually already out of date. We went back several months ago. The projection was we were going to be borrowing about $2.5 trillion in the 2033 year. Now we think it's 3.1. And most of that change is just interest. But you do the tax the rich as proposed by the president, and it doesn't even get you $500 billion. So when you do actually the economic effects. So if you're someone who runs around here, you're on the left side, and your answer to everything is just tax the rich, grow up. It makes it really hard to save. Don't you care about the elderly? Don't you care about these programs? Don't you care? If you care, pay attention to the actual math. And understand just Social Security spending. This is earned. We owe this. We have no idea how we're going to cover the shortfall because even 2100 and some of the other bills, okay, they'll raise a bunch of taxes. They still don't cover the shortfall, and you've taken away all the optionality that was going to be, that tax hike was going to be used to cover the shortfall of Medicare. It was going to be covered the shortfall of everything else in government. At some point, you've hit the wall. And understanding, Social Security last year went up 11%. Our model right now says it goes up slightly under 9% this year. When you start seeing double digits, 9s, 7s, 8s, on a program that's this year will be $1.45 trillion, you start talking real money. And you got a math problem. So this is the slide that gets the most anger calls to my office, so let's do it. Because it happens to be accurate. As a matter of fact, it's already actually out of date, but this is the last official update. Medicare, Social Security, if you go from today through the next 30 years, is pretty much 100% of all the borrowing. The last update was about $116 trillion in borrowing. If you add in today's interest rates, our numbers come up closer to 130 trillion. And I said billion a moment ago, trillion, 116 trillion. If you add in today's interest, our number's getting closer to $130 trillion of borrowing. Discretionary part of the budget, because of its slower growth than tax receipts, is estimated to have about almost a $2 trillion to the positive over that 30 years. Medicare is $80.5 trillion when you add in the interest cash shortfall. Social Security over the next 30 years is $35.8 trillion short. Shouldn't we fix these? Don't we have a moral obligation to keep our promises? Or is the scam here, and this is the point of this floor time. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I've been trying to figure out a way to say, here's your policy split. The left wants tax hikes. The right, and I'm one of them, wants spending cuts. Okay, you can maximize both of those. And it doesn't get you close. You have to do policy. Policy is hard. Policy requires thinking. Policy requires saying no to people that might contribute to you. Policy says, I need you to actually read something. There are things you can do, and I have, Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left?
The gentleman has about 2 minutes left.
All right, I will talk faster and not do all the boards. I've come to this mic dozens of, how many times over the last few years, and done things saying, let's talk about the policy revolution. Cures are part of the solution. Cure diseases, change technology, adopt things. If healthcare and interest are our fragilities, then do things to bend that cost to healthcare. I've come here and shown things where you could use technology to functionally dramatically disrupt the cost of healthcare. We've come here and talked about things like this, where you could blow into it, and it's a breath biopsy that's like having a medical lab in your home cabinet. And yes, we make things like that illegal, because this place often is a protection racket. It's a protection racket for incumbent bureaucracies and business models. If we could disrupt the cost of so many things in our society, whether it be healthcare, whether it be the way we do regulation, you could actually set off GDP growth. You could lower the cost drivers of this government. And by doing that, you lower the cost of the financing. You tell the bond markets how serious we are. Maybe they give us some love and credit on our interest rates. There is a path where this can work. You just need members of Congress to deal with the reality. Tell the truth about the math. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
Yes. No. Mr. Speaker, it looks like we have no other speakers. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that we do stand adjourned.
And the question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.